National Assembly live proceeding. This is the second sitting of the National Assembly on Thursday. The House is also expected to sit this evening for the third session. This follows the House altering its calendar so that it can dispense matters that are on the table of the House. A couple of bills are set to be tabled for the first time before the House. The first bill is the Health Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2021 by the Leader of Majority. And the bill by Honorable Moses Kimunya seeks to align the appointment of the chairperson of the board members and the Corporation Secretary to the Constitution and to the Mwongozo Code of Conduct, as well as governance for state corporations, to remove conditional nominations in the appointment of board members. This is in order to eliminate direct as well as indirect interests that have beset the nomination process and that have ended up in courts. The MP for Kipipiri says this will save the taxpayers the hugely expensive and litigious process witnessed in the recent past. Another bill that will be tabled for the first time is the Public Finance Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2020 by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The bill by the Chairperson seeks to amend the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and proposes to reduce the time for the submission of the financial statements. This is by public entities for 3 months after the end of the financial year. The reduction is to 1 month after the end of financial year. The chairperson argues that this will ensure the Office of the Auditor General has adequate time. This is to carry out required audits and prepare the required reports. The Chairperson Constitutional Implementation and Oversight Committee will be moving a procedural motion. This is on the extension of time for the consideration of specified petition. The Public-Private Partnership Bill, it's a bill by the Leader of Majority, is also lined up for tabling in this afternoon session. And the bill seeks to provide for the participation of the private sector. This is in financing, construction, and development, operation as well as maintenance of infrastructure, development projects. This is through public-private partnerships. The Leader of Majority says this will streamline the regulatory framework for the public-private partnerships to repeal the Public Partnerships Act of 2013 for the connected purposes. This live broadcast is coming to you live, courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. This is in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The broadcast is also available live on YouTube on the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit channel, also courtesy of Parliament of Kenya and KBC Channel 1. The House will equally be resuming debate on the Kenya National Blood Transfusion. This is a bill by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Health. The Speaker of the House, Honorable Justin Muturi, has just walked in, and I'll now hand you over for the live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umerithika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Member for Kirinyaga Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to present public petition number 9 of 2021. Mr. Speaker, this is a petition regarding the safeguarding of public interest in the use of Kangaita tea farmland in Kirinyaga County to establish a Japanese specialty green tea production factory by Kenya Tea Development Agency. Mr. Speaker, I, the other side, on behalf of tea growers from Kangaita Tea Factory, Kirinyaga Central constituency in Kirinyaga County, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that the Kenya Tea Development Agency is in the final stages of setting up Africa's first Japanese specialty green tea production factory at Kangaita Tea Farm in Kirinyaga County as part of its long-term product diversification strategy that will be used to pilot the processing of the specialized Japanese sencha green tea. 2, that this new factory is being constructed adjacent to the premises and vicinity of the already existing and fully operational Kangaita Tea Factory, which processes the traditional black CTC, that is crush, tea, curl tea. 3, that in addition to the black CTC, the existing Kangaita Tea Factory already has an operational branch that processes orthodox teas and other specialty teas, such as Kangaita white teas, silvery needles, and Kangaita rare purple teas. 4, that the production of these high-value rare teas have been supplementing the tea growers' income without additional unnecessary cost of the production to the farmers. 5, that the sprawling 600-acre Kangaita tea farm is part of tea estates managed by KTDA and are subsidiary owned by individual small holders, tea farmer, through their investment in the Kangaita Tea Factory Company. 6, that the land in use for the Japanese specialty green tea production is on lease to KTDA by the county government of Kirinyaga as a demonstration and research farm. 7, that KTDA has made a number of decisions involving this farm independently without consulting the Kangaita tea growers, which is contrary to the law and has led to perception that it is an in-house project. 8, that the decision to construct a new factory for the Japanese specialty Sencha tea factory has raised concerns from the tea growers of Kangaita as to whether the new factory will be able to sustain itself, since the supply of produce will only come from the 600-acre Kangaita tea farm. 9, that the machinery for processing this tea would have been accommodated in the already existing Kangaita tea factory, especially since the project is still in the pilot stage. 10, that the shareholders of Kangaita Tea Factory Company are of the view that the poor conducting of feasibility study of the Japanese specialty Sencha Tea Factory project is likely to occasion unforeseen cost to the shareholders. 11, that the tea growers are apprehensive that the existing Kangaita Tea Factory may be rendered economically unsustainable due to reduced volume of tea processed, which may result into reduced earnings. 12, that efforts to have the matter resolved by leadership of Kangaita Tea Factory tea growers in consultation with KTDA have not been fruitful, and that the matters presented in this petition are not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, you humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, 1, inquires into the legality of establishment of the Japanese specialty green tea production factory at Kangaita Tea Factory with a view to A, suspend the coming into operation of the new factory, B, recommendation that KTDA engage and address concern raised by the Kangaita tea growers, C, KTDA names the collaborating partners in the project and accounts for the funds used, and D, find out the rationale of constructing a new factory within the vicinity of the existing factory and what are the anticipated impacts to the existing factory and the tea growers' earnings. 2, establish and determine the ownership of Kangaita Tea Farm and rightful beneficiaries of the proceeds generated from the tea farming activities within the farm. 3, make any other recommendation it deemed appropriate in the circumstances of the petition. And your petitioner will ever pray, presented by John Moreno Wambogo, MP, Kenya Central. Thank you.
Farewell. That will be referred to the Committee on Agriculture to act. But before we can allow for comments, there is another petition by the member for Busia County, Honorable Florence Mutua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have public petition number 009 of 2021 regarding the evolution of pension services. I, the undersigned, on behalf of aggrieved pensioners across the country, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that the Pensions Department and the National Treasury is mandated by law to ensure timely and efficient grant of pensions, gratuities, and other retirement benefits to eligible public service retirees in order to ensure a dignified and secure livelihood once they leave public service. 2, that contrary to expectation, most senior citizens are forced to make multiple non-ending and fruitless follow-up visits to Bima House upon retirement in a bid to secure pensions rightfully due to them after many years of serving the public. 3, that there have been repeated cases of pensioners' files mysteriously disappearing or being adjudged as incomplete, ostensibly on account of lack of sufficient personnel to handle thousands of pensioners' files, resulting in inordinate delays in processing of pension payments. 4, that these highly inconveniencing delays are a constant source of stress and depression for many pensioners who are compelled to spend their dwindling finances to travel between Nairobi and their far-flung home areas, with a number of them having to borrow transport money from friends because they no longer have any monthly income. 5, that regrettably, some pensioners end up dying without having obtained their pensions for which they toiled for years, thereby leaving their next of kin in squalor, in addition to making them vulnerable to unscrupulous pension officers who contest their kinship status and delay the pension payments even further. 6, that the Auditor General's reports on the Pensions Department have repeatedly recommended the urgent reorganization of the department in view of the perpetual inefficiencies, bottlenecks, and unnecessary bureaucracies that continue to cause multiple inconveniences, complaints, and outcries from pensioners and their families. Number 7, Mr. Speaker, that given the aforementioned systemic inefficiencies bedeviling the pensions department, devolution of pension services to counties is the only practical approach to salvaging the management of pensions and safeguarding the welfare of pensioners. 8, that efforts to have the matter resolved by the pensions department have not borne any fruit. 9, and that the matters raised in this petition are not pending in any court of law in Kenya. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning, 1, investigates the matter of pending pension payments with a view of obtaining the status of pension payments at the Pensions Department. 2, 6, detailed outline of measures being implemented by relevant authorities in dealing with perpetual delays in processing pensioners' dues. 3, recommends the urgent devolving of pension services to counties and initiates this devolution of pension services through legislation. And finally, makes any other recommendation that it deems fit in the circumstances of the pension. And your petitioners will ever pray. Presented by myself, Honorable Florence Mutua, County MP Busia, dated 25th of March 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it's referred to the Departmental Committee on Finance. Well, given that COVID situation has allowed that our doors remain open, I can see the Chair of Finance is following the proceedings from the TV directory outside there. I think, but anyway, honourable members, those who wish to comment briefly, I see there are some interventions. I don't know whether they are on this one or. Member for Mwea.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to comment on the first petition by my brother, Honorable Munene Wambugu, MP Kirinyaga Central. Honorable Speaker, I am familiar with the location that has been referred to. Actually, that's where my in-laws come from. And Honorable Speaker, I think this is a major concern. Having 2 factories elected at the same area, targeting the same farmers, that could easily, Honorable Speaker, resort to a conflict, and it needs to be looked at seriously. Honorable Speaker, I also take note that there has been lack of consultation by some of our parastatals and bodies, institutions, in as far as the farmers are concerned. For a long time, we have assumed the farmers. We have assumed that the farmers has got only one role, and that is to produce what they are supposed to produce, not knowing or taking note that even the land that we're talking about is held by those institutions, held by the institutions on behalf of the farmers, who are the ultimate owners of that land, Mr. Speaker. And I think these issues surrounding KTDA, who keep on going to court over everything, needs to be looked at, Mr. Speaker, before our farmers, tea farmers, suffer. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on international investments. We like them, they are good, but we need to have detailed information on such investments, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, as representatives of the people, we are accountable. Our farmers, when they get into problems, will turn to us. I take note, even in my own place in Mwea, Honorable Speaker, there are some international investors who come and come with very good plans on how to buy rice. But Honorable Speaker, at the end of the day, we need to understand some of these companies, their sustainability, and if they went under, where do we turn to? Otherwise, we may end up in having cases similar to pyramid schemes, which come very nicely, but end up in inflicting suffering to the people, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to support that petition, and hope that the Ministry of Agriculture is either having information about that particular factory or it's going to make serious investigation to prevent further suffering by the farmers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, because these are comments, short statements, sometimes seeking clarifications, because these are comments upon a presentation of a petition. There will be a report which will come from the committee, which, if need be, could be debated. So these comments will be, because we have only a maximum of 30 minutes, and we have 2 petitions, so be limited to 2 minutes. So just keep a watch on the light. And it goes yellow, you know you have a balance of 1 minute. It goes red, 30 seconds. If you don't organize yourself, you find yourself speaking to an empty mic. Very well. Member for Kadiani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on the second petition by the Honorable Florence Mutua on payment of pensions. Mr. Speaker, it is an unfortunate situation because the fact remains that when we have energy, we work so hard, but we are advised to keep some little money for that time when we shall not be able to work, and that is in our older days. Unfortunately, a lot of times people have kept this money, and when they retire, they are not paid. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is so bad because I'm hearing from my colleague, Honorable Kaluma, that there are some monies that are even released from Treasury to the departments for onward transmission to those people that qualify to be paid this pension, but the money is not given to them. So I would like to urge that as we deal with this petition, we take it with the seriousness it deserves, because there are a lot of Kenyans. In fact, almost every week in the newspapers, you will see a certain group of people complaining about non-payment of their pension. So it's really a big problem, and we need to deal with it. We must respect our old people, because they give their best when they are young, and when they are old, we must also respect them and ensure they get what is rightfully theirs. I support that petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Member for Tharaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on both petitions. As regards the first petition, this is timely, and what is of greatest concern is the fact that the people of Kangaita, Kirinyaga Central have not been consulted. Public participation. It is extremely important that before we do anything, before we undertake any development and projects, we discuss with the local people so that we know what is best for them. And therefore, I agree with Honorable Munene Wambugu that this should be investigated and a solution should actually be found. As regards the second petition by the Honorable Member for Busia, it is vitally important that this country does take its senior citizens seriously. It is a pity, as I go to Bima House to pursue cases for my constituents, that I meet elderly people going up and down trying to find out how far their pensions processing has gone. It is the high time we give them priority, that they have a lien over every money we have to our senior citizens so that they can live decent lives. Therefore, that's also a very timely petition, and we should get a good report from the committee so that we are able to talk to the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also stand to support the petition by the women rep for Busia, my county. Honorable Speaker, more so in Busia, we have one of the biggest challenges concerning teachers and paid pension. Many times, probably half of the time when I'm in Nairobi, I spend chasing after pension for teachers and various government departments. And it's like you are going to a dead office, you'll be tossed from one point to another without much help. I know they have continuously said they're procuring a pension management system. I say so because I sit in Public Accounts Committee, and many times the accounting officers come to us. And it has been a long story. We hope one time the story will have an ending so that they have got an expeditious process of ensuring the retirees get their money. So disheartening, Honorable Speaker, you toil all your life knowing that you have got a pension somewhere, you go and languish in the villages without any money, and you die untimely death, a bitter death. You live with a bitter taste in your mouth, and you let those dependents of yours hate the government, hate us leaders for no apparent reason. I support the petition, and I hope the committee will do justice to the petition. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And even as you continue, honourable members, I think Committee on Finance, this matter, this House for the longest time has debated this issue of delayed pension payments. I think it's the high time this House took a definitive decision. If it is some, whatever the Honorable Undo says, which is to be acquired, you are the House that deals with budgets. Because this is, I mean, surely it cannot be that members of parliament every day, day in, day out, and those of you who have those gadgets, please keep them, throw them out. We don't need them here. They are discussing serious matters. Because I'm aware. I hope it's not the Honorable Anga who is this the Honorable Shakil? Honorable Shakil, please don't watch videos inside the chamber. So honourable members, I think it's high time we are going into budget. Very soon you'll be dealing with budget estimates. And I do know each one of you at some point, one point or other, have been approached. Please try to sort out my pension dues. This is a problem across the country. And I think Parliament now should rise to the occasion. If it is that management system that is required, let Parliament, during this coming budget, take this as a matter of priority, allocate funds, and insist that within a definite period, the system is in place. Because one of our members, I mean, you can't, I know, because I see some of these reports every day. It can't be that members of parliament are the ones who go to chase pensions. Some of those pensions you are chasing are people who retired before some of you even left high school. You know, like the honorable, the young man 001. I'm sure some of those pensioners were they left. He may not have left school by the time they retired, and yet he is supposed to be now chasing the pension. So you will have to go and dig a lot of history, most of which it may be alien to him even. Point is noted, Honorable Sankok. Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the Parliament Service Commission under your leadership, because when I meet members of parliament who have left, they get their pension very promptly. That I can confirm. And I met one last week who says I get 120,000 at the end of every month. But Mr. Speaker, I want members to read the Public Accounts Committee report, because we have engaged with the pension department. They are talking of an integrated system, which already I think they have been budgeted for. So as the committee is dealing with this petition, they also need to look at what Honorable Wandai has tabled and what we recommended. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we also need to look at, as much as we need to help our senior citizens, and they must get their money, is that this same House allowed the National Treasury to reduce the pension by 17.5 billion in last budget, from 104 billion to 86 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, even the House sometimes needs to know what is going on, because even the pension allocation was reduced by 17.5 billion. Thirdly, and more important, Mr. Speaker, I think the committee needs to be very assertive. Teachers get their pension from the Teacher Service Commission, but the people who work for the civil service suffer, Mr. Speaker. This matter, I like the way you handle it today. It's a serious matter, and we must go to the bottom of it and solve it. There are many Kenyans who use this pension even to buy drugs. So if they don't get the money, they will die. So I think this committee must work and must hold account to those officers who are involved in making sure our senior citizens, our fathers and mothers who retired and served this nation get what is due to them legally, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Member for Migori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I stand to comment and support the petition by the Busia County Women Rep. The issue of pension is a thorn in the flesh for all Kenyans. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as you put it, some of these pensioners are looking for pensions before some of us were born, and it is that bad. In fact, contrary to what Honorable Duale has just alluded to, the teaching fraternity are most hit by this issue. What is there is that the TSC processes all their dues, but the Treasury never releases their pensions. And I think, referring to that report talking of integrated system, what is happening in Kenya is only pointing to a serious lapse in the strategic human resource management systems. The moment somebody is employed, their dues should be worked all the way to the time they are retiring. And therefore, nobody can really understand what is happening in Kenya. It is my appeal that the Kenyans need to respect Kenyan citizens and not subject them to unnecessary suffering. Some of these people actually get their dues way ahead when they have always died, and they don't even enjoy the work of their sweat when they are unable. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Well, I only hope that they don't receive their dues when they have died. So they don't receive. It means they haven't received. Maybe
their inheritance receive, or their relatives, which should not be the case, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
I support.
Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my comment on the same, Mr. Speaker. The petition by Honorable member from Bugoma, Busia, sorry. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk of the Treasury not availing the money for pensioners, we have another problem, Mr. Speaker, for even those people who are dealing with the processing of these files and these monies, Mr. Speaker. Those people who are charged with the work of doing the processing the money for the pensioners, Mr. Speaker, they behave as if they will never retire themselves, Mr. Speaker, and they keep on demanding money from these pensioners. I had a teacher who told me that for a teacher to get his or a pension processed so that you can start getting the pension, you have to pay 50,000. And one of them came to borrow 50,000 from me so that they can pay those officers so that the file can be availed. If you don't pay, it is ended forever, and maybe some of them even die before they get it. As we look for money, Mr. Speaker, we should also look at who are sitting in these offices, and they should be disciplined, overhauled, or even sacked. And they should not behave as if they will never retire themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sossion.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to make comment and support the petition by Honorable Florence Mutua. It is indeed sad as a country that we still subject our pensioners to a lot of suffering. And while looking at the law, I remember there's a pension bill that was pushed by Honorable Musila in this same house, that it's incumbent upon the employers, if the employees retire before getting pension, then they must be maintained on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, this aspect of the provision of the law must actually be enforced. Number two, the seamless transfer of public officers or workers from the main payroll to the pension payroll is also provided in law. And therefore, we are discussing a matter that is already provided for in our pieces of legislation. What matters, Honorable Speaker, is proper enforcement of the laws that we've made in this country. And Honorable Speaker, from the data that we have, is that majority of the workers, whether teachers or civil servants, and I really make that correction by Honorable Duale, that teachers are paid pension by TSC. No, all workers are paid pension by the Director of Pension. And the majority of them stay out for 2-3 years before getting pension. And data indicates that many of them have actually died. Honorable Speaker, this is a very urgent petition that needs to be expedited and due justice given to the retirees in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You're absolutely right. That amendment proposed by the Honorable David Musila was either in the 8th or the 9th Parliament. And it was very difficult those days to push through even a simple amendment like that one. Yet, you say, as you say, it is not being followed. It became law. Finally, on comments in petitions, Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And from your earlier comment, I may be young in spirit, but of course not younger than those Cerelac partners. Honorable Speaker, I do really support the petition by the Honorable Member from Busia County, Honorable Speaker, because pensioners are suffering. Most of them, Honorable Speaker, have joined my club of disability, Honorable Speaker, and they really need assistive devices, mobility devices. Some of them are just asking for their pension to be able to purchase crutches or wheelchairs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and you have given directive, Honorable Speaker, and it's a high time that we take this House seriously. And your directive, Honorable Speaker, should even translate into law, Honorable Speaker. Now that you have given directive that we go and make sure that that system, it is fully funded, I urge the House to make sure that as we make the budget, the system is fully budgeted for, and that it is up and working, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sosion, I've talked about teachers who have stayed for a long without even getting pension, Honorable Speaker. It's a shame that us as members of parliament, our pension is given on time, while those who elected us don't get their pension, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I really do support, and I hope that this one will not again lie in the shelves like that one of Honorable Msila. Honorable Speaker, I do support.
Very well. The two petitions are referred as earlier on directed. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the majority party.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, March 25th, 2021, afternoon sitting. Number 1 is the 12th edition of the biannual report on the status of alcoholic and drug abuse control in Kenya. Number 2, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and the certificates therein. Number 1, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. Number 2, State Corporation Appeal Tribunal. And lastly, the Kenya Space Agency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First segment, questions. First question by the member for Igembe Central. Member Kubai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 113 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of the construction of the Muringene, Eridie, Adero Rojena Stage Road in Igembe Central constituency, despite procurement having been done and the contract awarded? 2. What has caused the delay in the construction of the Sandy Road to bitumen standards as directed by the President in 2017? And 3, Mr. Speaker, when is the construction expected to commence and what is the expected completion date of the same? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The next question by the member for Mumias East. The Honorable, he wrote to request that the Honorable Pukose ask the question on his behalf. Proceed, Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm asking this question on behalf of the member for Mumias East, the Honorable Benjamin Washiali. And I ask to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether the Oxford-made AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine, SAT-1222, against COVID-19 has any notable adverse or side effects that include alleged cases of blood clotting, amongst others, when administered to persons, leading to banning of its use in some countries. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the benefits of the said vaccine, the level of protection and efficacy to individuals after being administered, and indicate whether any adverse side effects have been reported in the country? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain how long the vaccine underwent research in the country before being approved for administering to Kenyans, considering the side effects allegedly being experienced in other countries? And lastly, 4, what is the government's position on the continuous use of the vaccine, considering the slow pace of uptake by Kenyans and the side effects reported in other countries? And is the government making any plans to procure alternative vaccines for Kenyan citizens? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry. Honour members, it's very difficult when to pay attention to. Yes, it will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Health. The next question is by the member for Galole, Honorable Hiribai Said.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to ask question 118 of 2021, and my question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the plans the ministry has to address the deplorable state of the Boji Road at B89 that serves Galole and Ijara constituencies? Number 2, what plans does the ministry have to construct the said road to bitumen standards, and by when? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That will be replied to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question is by the member for Rangwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 128 of 2021. And this question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for East African Development, East African Community and Regional Development, and it concerns the Kimira Oluch Smallholder Farm Improvement Project that is in Kochia Ward of Rangwe constituency. It is in 4 parts. Number 1, what is the status of the construction and performance of Kimira Oluch Smallholder Farm Improvement Project? That is a national government irrigation project that is funded by African Development Bank and the government of Kenya. And this project was begun in the year 2007. And what is the expected date of completion? Because the indicated earlier date was 2013. Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the original cost of the project at inception, the total cost as of today, and how much is owed as pending bills, detailing the list of the persons or firms owed and the scope of work done by each of these firms or persons, and the CS should explain the benefit of this project to the great Kochia farmers, if there are any. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the ministry operates as both the oversight and the implementing agency on the project, why the project is managed from the headquarters, and state whether the ministry has the technical capacity to implement this project to improve the lives of Kochia people? And finally, could the Cabinet Secretary list the names of the technical officers handling the project and the state and how long they were seconded, and identify the qualifications of these project officers and tell us who their team leader is. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I don't know. The committee that deals with matters to do with East Africa is not a departmental committee, and therefore I just find that this reference to defense and foreign relations is misplaced. I will refer this question to the Committee on Regional Integration. Who's the chair of that committee? Ali Wario, Honorable Ali Wario, so that they can be able to get the cabinet secretary responsible for matters to do with the East African community and regional development to appear and respond. Because if it goes to defense and foreign relations, you may not get the appropriate response. No, there must be matters of regional development. This is regional development. It's about irrigation projects and what. How is it that everybody has so much interest, including the member for Yata? You oversight regional development. Very well. Go and deal with it then. Don't bother. Don't bother. If you then you invite the cabinet secretary for East Africa Community and Regional Development to appear before the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. Very well. Proceed. Nominated member Godfrey Ototsi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask question number 133 of 2021, and the question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and National Planning. And it reads, 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the cause of declining national revenue performance that has led to exchequer and budgetary challenges in government, and confirm whether any organizational and managerial challenges being experienced at Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, have also contributed to the decline. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a detailed list of all top management positions at KRA, indicating the positions, names of the current holders, county of origin, ethnicity, academic and professional qualification, and the number of years of service? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain why the tax appeal and dispute mechanism has occasioned questionable and irregular tax reduction and avoidance in favor of some potentially large taxpayers, leading to massive national revenue decline? 4, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report on the status of investigation on senior KRA officials alleged to be engaging in tax fraud, and confirm whether KRA management ordered a thorough and professional lifestyle audit on its staff. Lastly, 5, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on how much the country lost in terms of national revenue following the migration of the ICT platform from the legacy environment to iTax at KRA, and how much was the loss, how was the loss mitigated? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied before the Committee on Finance and National Planning. Last question by the member for Madeira. I'm informed that the member and requested for deferment request is exceeded 2, so question is deferred. Move to the next segment. Request for statements. First request is by the member for Garissa Township.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I seek to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding Kenya Power inflated electric power procurement cost. Honorable Speaker, sustainable industrialization of any country is dependent upon regular and reliable access to sufficient and affordable source of energy that are critical driver of manufacturing, transport, and other key sectors of the economy. However, Honorable Speaker, rather than pursuing the objective of supplying the Kenyan economy with affordable electricity, Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, has, on the contrary, presided over a massively inflated power supply regime that has regressively affects on the already overburdened taxpayers and business. Mr. Speaker, reliable data indicates that KPLC procures electric power from independent electricity power producers, known as IPPS, at an inflated rate of Kenya shillings 23 shillings per kilowatt hour. And in this irregular arrangement, the independent power producers normally purchase electricity from Kenyan at approximately Kenya shillings 0.5050 cents per kilowatt hour before offloading it to Kenya Power at an inflated rate of 23 shillings per kilowatt hour. Honorable Speaker, am I being ashamed of KPLC? Oh. Because, you know, the voters who are watching might think, so it is KPLC, not me. Honorable Speaker, it is on this account of this undertaking that threaten the long-term growth of our country that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the committee on the following, Mr. Speaker, and they are very straight and direct questions. At what rate does Kenyan supply electric power to Kenya Power? 2, at what rate does Kenya Power procure electric power from the independent power producers? 3, what is the basis for the huge difference between the rate charged by Kenyan and the rate charged by the independent power producers? 4, could the chairperson provide a list of all the independent power producers, including their shareholders, their directors, and their addresses, physical address? Number 5, how much money has been paid to each of these independent power producers by KPLC and the Ministry of Energy since commencement of their respective contracts with the government of Kenya and or KPLC? Number 6, Mr. Speaker, what urgent measures is Kenya Power taken to reduce the cost of electricity to households, businesses, factories, and other consumers with a view to supporting the government and the President's Big Four agenda on enhancing manufacturing. So, Speaker, even if it's a statement, I really want to indulge you that this becomes an inquiry where the committee brings a report for debate to this House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it the chairperson? The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy. You know, see, I can see some members raising their hands up. I don't know who they are. Are they the chairperson or are they imposters? That there's a member who's agitated out there. Are you the chairperson or the representative in title of the chairperson? Is this the Honorable Atandi? I thought the Honorable Atandi is a member of the Finance Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not the chair of the Energy Committee, neither am I a member of Finance Committee, but I wanted to make a comment on that statement, if you allow me.
No. The statement, the request for statement will be channeled through the Office of the Leader Majority Party and give that indication. The next request is by the member for Mvita.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kupitia kanuni za kudumu za bunge 218(2) naomba Bwana Spika upeane amri kwa kamati husika ya nishati almaruf energy na kamati ya sheria za kukabidhiwa almaruf delegated legislation, Bwana Spika, waeke uchunguzi wa pamoja kuhusu mikakati inayotumiwa na Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA kuweka bei za jumla na rejareja ya mafuta, ikiwa wajafahamu petroli katika nchi hii yetu. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, sote tunakubaliana ya kwa hamna uchumi uliostawi katika nchi yoyote isipokuwa bei ya mafuta iwe bei zilotuliwa, na bei zimetulia licha ya bidhaa kuzidi ama kupungua, Bwana Spika, na wala sio masoko ya mafuta kuingiliwa na ujanja. Bwana Spika, tuna wasiwasi bei ya petroli na bidhaa zake imepanda kwa bei haijawahi onekana katika nchi hii kwa muda wa miaka 9. Leo lita moja ni takriban shilingi 122. Mwisho ni shem kwangu ama asante. Mwisho wa bei kwa hivi, Bwana Spika, ni Novemba mwaka 2011. Bwana Spika, hii kupanda bei bila mipangilio imeathiri bei ya chakula, usafiri, utengezaji wa bidhaa na bei ya kila kitu kwa jumla imepanda. Wakenya, Bwana Spika, wanaumia na hawawezi kujimudu kimaisha. Wengi wanahisi, ikiwemo walioko katika jumba hili, ya kwa EPRA wameshindwa na jukumu lao kubwa zaidi kuhifadhi wa Kenya, licha ya sheria ya Kenya kipengele cha 10(HH) ya Energy Act kuwapatia nyadhifa za kuweza kuwalinda wa Kenya. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, bei kupanda za petroli zaidi ni vigezo ama parameters zinazotumiwa na EPRA, haieleweki, haiko sawa na haina mpangilio, mpaka bei ya mafuta katika Kenya ipo juu na hailingani na bei za nchi nyingine katika dunia nzima. Bwana Spika, ili Wakenya waweze kupunguziwa mizigo ya bei ya mafuta, naomba uelekezo wako kupitia kwa kanuni za kudumu za Bunge 218(2). Kwanza, kamati mbili hizi za Energy na Delegated Legislation wachunguze na waingilie ndani EPRA kwa undani, kuangalia njia za kubadilisha viegezo vilivyowekwa na regulations za 210 na Energy Act Petroleum Pricing, na pia vile regulations za mwaka 2012. Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika, ningeomba kwa unyenyekevu kwa niaba ya Wakenya wasizidi siku 30 waweze kuregea katika bunge hili, wapeane ripoti yao ambayo itakuwa ni yenye kufahamika kwa watu wote. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Very well. As requested by the member from Vita, that request for statement is to be handled by the joint committees on energy and committee on delegated legislation. You requested the two committees. Just check on your standing orders. The next request is by the member for Nyando.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am seeking a statement titled Request for Statement regarding the planned elections by the Kenya Tea Development Agency, KTDA, managed tea factories. Honorable Speakers, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding the planned elections by the tea factory companies managed by Kenya Tea Development Agency, KTDA, as directed by the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives. Honorable Speaker, following recent changes on the legal framework on tea sector, KTDA is now owned by 54 tea companies with more than 600,000 small-scale farmers as individual shareholders, by which their participation on decision-making is of great importance. Recently, the tea factory companies managed by Kenya Tea Development Agency, KTDA, were directed by the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives to conduct their elections. The Cabinet Secretary was implementing the President's directive through an Executive Order number 3 of March 12, 2021, directing the Tea Board of Kenya, TBK, to conduct elections in all tea factories within 60 days. However, the courts gave conservatory orders until 2 cases are heard and determined. This thus restrains the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives, the Agriculture and Food Authority, AFA, and any other persons from conducting the said elections. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. 1, could the chairperson provide an update on the planned elections, noting the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives directive and the court conservatory orders? 2, what measures has the ministry undertaken to ensure that the plight of more than 600,000 small-scale farmers who are individual shareholders are not hindered during participation and decision-making on matters of tea? Finally, Honorable Speaker, I also take judicial notice of the fact that the Executive Order number 3 of March 12, 2021 by the President has so far been disturbed by a competent court of law. I thank you.
Chair Agriculture. Except the Chair of Budget and Lands. Oh. National security, yes. ICT, yes. Labor and social welfare, yes. The body movement by the Honorable Chepkut almost suggested that he is the chair of agriculture. The request will be channeled through the Office of Leader Majority. Honourable members, the next set of statements which have been requested just a minute. I'm waiving the provisions of Standing Order number 43 to allow the Honorable Shakil to issue a general statement on recognition for diverse religious practices.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 43, I wish to make a general statement regarding the gesture of great religious tolerance and recognition of religious diversity exhibited by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Honorable Speaker, sir, being the convener of the Parliamentary Muslim Group and on its behalf, wish to highlight the great respect that His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, EGH, accorded to the Muslim religion during the funeral service of the late His Excellency the Honorable John Pombe Magufuli, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Speaker, on March 22nd, 2021, His Excellency the President paused his tribute to the deceased at 12 noon to observe silence when the call to prayer known as Adhan was called. In doing so, the President displayed great religious tolerance, recognition of diverse religious practices, and coexistence by the said gesture. Honorable Speaker, sir, this has resulted in great accolades to our President in the East African community and worldwide. We therefore wish to applaud His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta for this great act and stand in solidarity with him for the great respect that he showed in observing silence when the Adhan was called. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Very well. I'll similarly allow the Honorable Rosa Buyu, member for Kisumu County, to make some statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 43, I wish to make a general statement in raising a concern on a grave matter regarding a recent happening in Kisumu County on the manhandling of a female hawker by the county law enforcement officials. Honorable Speaker, there has been a huge public outcry and dismay on all forms of media regarding this sad situation that occurred in my county of Kisumu. In recent times, Honorable Speaker, Kisumu County has been undergoing some development activities which have led to numerous demolitions, displacing many small business traders. In an unfortunate turn of events, one of these, a female hawker, in an attempt to sell her wares, was accosted by the county officials, her wares were confiscated, and she was dragged behind a moving vehicle on a tarmac road for a distance of about 500 meters. Honorable Speaker, this is totally unacceptable and borders on attempted murder, as the woman could have easily lost her life. Honorable Speaker, the difficult economic times occasioned by the coronavirus pandemic has left majority of small traders and populace at large economically helpless and unable to fend for their families. In fact, the ultimate goal, Honorable Speaker, of any development activity is to enhance lives of the people. If, therefore, the said trader was displaying and selling her wares in an area that was not designated for such trade, the county officials should have been more humane, redirecting the trader to where she should have been, Mr. Speaker. The action already taken by the county government in suspending these officials must also go further, Mr. Speaker, to include offering appropriate and adequate training to all the newly recruited county enforcement officials, to inculcate proper behavior and actions towards the people of Kisumu as they carry out their duties, thus making the city safe and environmental friendly to all. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Well, there's no occasion for debate. As you may wish to appreciate, Honorable Shakil, I can see you are raising your hand up. Even though both of you claim to rise under standing order number 43, I merely waived the requirements of the standing orders. Otherwise, this is only allowable on Tuesdays. So today, you know, today is not Tuesday. So at least that's good. I've allowed you to make those statements so that at least they go on record of the Hansons. No, we don't want to deal with the mayors. You know, you start saying you are a mayor of Kisumu now, that is difficult. These are responses. There's one by the Committee on Administration and National Security to a request by the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have 3 responses. Should I proceed with the 3 or I just respond to the one for the
Yep, proceed.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to pause for the mask because the statements are long, so I want to remove my mask. With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Cheboy, has sought for a statement regarding the facilitation of village elders in the country. He particularly sought to be informed on, 1, the details of the number of village elders engaged per constituency in the country. 2, the details on terms of services and remuneration policy for the village elders in Kenya. 3, the measures that the ministry has put in place to ensure that the village elders are adequately facilitated while they undertake these notable duties. I wish to state as follows, Honorable Speaker, the role of the village elders cannot be overemphasized by giving their immense contribution over time in fostering peaceful, cohesive society. The ministry has consulted Public Service Commission, Salaries and Remuneration Commission on the facilitation of the village elders and was advised that the elders are not civil servants and therefore the issue of the payment salary and any issuing allowances does not arise as this does not fall under their mandate for the necessary approvals. Further, majority of them are beyond the legal employability age by the government. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is currently developing a policy framework on the recruitment of remuneration village elders. The policy is aimed at establishing terms of engagement, 1, functions of the village elders, the criteria for recruitment. 4, remuneration scheme, termination of engagement, disciplinary procedures since they are not civil servants, conditions and procedures of exit, vacation of office. Owing to the above issues, the ministry will commence the process to define and establish the number of villages considering the various geographical, socio-cultural, and security orientations, including developing mechanisms for major towns and cities. It is envisaged that once process is finalized, the same will be forwarded to the Parliament to consider. Honorable Speaker, experience over time has shown that the villages continue expanding as the population grows. This is a natural phenomenon that has not been keenly evaluated to establish the numbers. However, we have established that as a result of migration patterns, new villages grow in areas that were not previously inhabited. As earlier mentioned, therefore, the process of ministry has initiated will define the unit of administration known as village to eliminate any contradictions to the same. This framework then will determine the number of villages and the budgetary implications for remunerating the elders who will be recruited in a more organized, structured manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and signed by Fred Matiang'i, Cabinet Secretary Interior. Mr. Speaker, I want again to respond to a statement from Honorable MP from Kibwezi East constituency. The statement increased cases of social violence against children in Kibwezi. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament of Kibwezi East, Jessica Mbalu, has sought for statement on sexual violence against children in Kibwezi. She particularly sought to be informed, one, measures in place to guarantee the safety of the children, especially the boy child in the country, and particularly in Mtitondei area in Kibwezi East. Two, the status investigation into the cases of sexual violence against the children and has been reported, and whether the relevant authorities conducted medical examination of assaulted children with view establishing whether they were infected with sexual transmitted diseases, putting them under medication. Three, plans in place to offer counseling services to the affected boys and their parents as well as other pupils and students. Four, measures to put in place by the ministry to curb the increased cases, sexual assaults, to bring book to the perpetrators of the heinous act. I wish to state as follows, Mr. Speaker, that the government, in conjunction with the stakeholders, have put in place various measures guarantee safety of the boy child in the country. One, free education to ensure every child gets through formal education. Two, provision of bursary secondary school students to protect the vulnerable poor families will all access formal education. Three, Mr. Speaker, provision to secure environment free from violence of all, including the boy child. Four, create safe environment free to sexual violence, and measures have been put in place to limit access to explicit sexual content through social media to protect the boy child from other children. Five, conduct prompt investigations and prosecution of the offenders. Six, provision of counseling services through the stakeholder. Honorable Speaker, various cases have been reported and at different stages for investigation. These include offense number one, defilement contrary to section 8.1.
I think, Honorable Fatuma, did you give the member a copy of the statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
She doesn't have it because the cases are quite a number, and I think given the numbers, I think it would be good just to table the report.
Can I just
go to page 5.
I just go to page 5 and then give her.
Yeah,
so that
quite
she
the
can...
number of those cases
okay.
listed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. The complainant and the victims were all taken to the hospital. Examination found with no sexuality transmitted diseases. The victims, however, put under psychosocial support and given normal treatment for victims of sexual violence. Honorable Speaker, following support has been given to the victims and their families. Counseling, guidance on sexual offense, offering education to children on cases and effect of the sexual violence, help them to develop or regain their self-confidence, addressing the fears and concern of the guardian or parent for the child's survival, identify options for improving the situation. Honorable Chair, the Ministry has put the following measures in place to curb cases of sexual violence. One, capacity building initiative for criminal justice officers dealing with cases of sexual violence, investigations and prosecutions. Three, interagency coordination and cooperating cooperation with other relevant actors. 4, prevention and other operation measures. 5, public information awareness campaign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll share the...
Do you have a response for the request by the Honorable Alicia Gufu Wario?
Yes.
You can proceed to read it out also, so that then members can be given a chance to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one is quite long, but you'll bear with me, though it has a lot of detail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to respond to Honorable from Moyale constituency, Marsabit County, Honorable Wario. The Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, sought a statement, and he wished to be informed on the following: whether investigations were carried out into the attack on Funan Ida, Funan Kumbi, and Elbor areas in Moyale constituency that led to the loss of 2 lives, injuries, livestock theft, and displacement of residents. 2 measures that the government is putting in place to ensure that the schools in the affected areas are reopened, displaced residents living in the disputable areas settled, are resettled. 3, the action that the ministry is taking to ensure that the administrative and security officers on the ground serve the residents of the 2 sub-counties fairly, equitably, without favor, including proper coordination, sharing of information, among others. The measures that have been put in place by the ministry to curb the increased cases of security in Funa Ida, Funankubi, and Elbor areas in particular from the external attackers. I wish to state as follows, Mr. Speaker. Protect me from, there's a lot of noise coming from behind, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the investigation commenced last year following the attack where 11 cars were stolen, and followed by attack of Gabra herders at Garbagudo area by attackers from Funa Ida, Borana community, who are the immediate neighbors bordering from Sololo sub-county. Subsequent event of stock theft between the 2 communities led to peace talk meetings, which never bore fruits. The failure to reach a peaceful settlement was largely attributed to dishonesty exhibited by the Borana community. The Borana community was not willing to return the stolen livestock, and whenever a date was set for discussion, they will sabotage it by attacking and stealing from Gabra community to stall peace negotiations. Among the attacks which were seen as meant to stall peace negotiation took place on 14th January 2021, when Borana raiders attacked and stole 155 goats at Halo, Dadacha, from Gabra herders. Immediately thereafter, the Gabras staged a counter-attack and stole 92 heads of cattle and 2 donkeys. In the process, 2 people from Borana community were killed. Prior to these unfortunate activities, there was a peaceful agreement between the 2 sub-county security teams and the elders on the 15th of January 2021. All the livestock stolen from both sides were to be returned. However, the Borana community planned a staged attack which made it impossible to execute the peace plans. The planned peace meeting on 15 January 2021 did not take place, and instead the community held burials at Funan Ida for the 2 herders killed. And during the attacks, the governor of Marsabit County and Honorable Kalicha Gufu Wario, MP Moyale, graced the occasion. On 27th of January 2021, following an initiative by the county security team, a peace meeting was held between the elders from the 2 sub-counties and the 2 sub-county security team to bring the 2 communities together. However, as the meeting was going on, the Borana community attacked and killed a Gabra herder and stole 150 heads of cattle while grazing along Funan Kumbi. The meeting ended up prematurely, Mr. Speaker. The government has deployed a special unit, GSU and BPU within the affected areas. Multi-agency operations have been intensified along the volatile border, and normalcy is slowly returning on the Turbi side. This can be attested to by the fact that the previous deserted and closed Turbi shopping centers and the school respectively have been reopened, Mr. Speaker. However, the residents of Funan Ida, Funan, Kumbi and Elbor, all in Sololo sub-county Moyale constituency, are yet to return to their manyatas. This has largely been attributed by the local leadership's problem, Mr. Speaker. Worth nothing in this, after local militia attacked a police officer on patrol, subsequent recovery of an AK-47 rifle in Elbor, the residents started vacating their manyatas. Following persistent threats and attacks of Turbi residents, the police officers by criminals operating from the hilly grounds, a joint operation was carried out to root out the criminals. During the operation within the seemingly deserted manyatas from Funan Ida, there's an active militia camp which was dismantled. Inside the militia camp, several government stores, including assorted military attires, assorted government drugs, assorted Oromo Liberation Front uniform, relief food, assorted civilian clothes, assorted household goods, gym equipment, and cooperative bank book of Oromo in Ethiopia, among others, were recovered in the said camp, believed to be predominantly occupied by the Ethiopian militias known as OLF, who have been causing attacks in the neighboring Gabra community in full knowledge and blessings and funding from politicians of one community. Keenly analyzing on the situation, point out that existence of these manyatas, especially at Funa Ida, greatly pose security threat to the residents of Turbi sub-county and motorists as well among the Turbi-Moyale highway. On several occasions, reports have been received from motorists of the existence of militia within Funa Ida who have been posing sentries to monitor police movement. It can therefore be concluded that the former inhabitants of the said Manyata were not Kenyan citizens and they were hired goons. It is not also imperative to note that the residents of this area, Funan Ida, Funan Khumbi, and Elbor, were not displaced by anyone. All the vacated manyatas are still intact, and they were vacated for fear of revenge attacks by communities they have been attacking. Mr. Speaker, the government has posed 2 specialized units, GSU, BPU, among the tensed border. Joint patrol and being carried out to neutralize threat posed by militias from both communities and to reassure the members of the public of their security. The general duties officers from Sololo and Turbi sub-counties are also incorporated during these patrols. Honorable Speaker, it is the duty of the members of the NPS officers to provide services, assistance to the members of the public when in need. To these, and therefore, NPS officers are impartial in discharge of their duties. The criminals and will always be subjected to the same treatment without any fear or favor of any kind. There is a cordial relationship between the security teams in the 2 sub-counties. And out of these harmonious relationship, there's a free flow of information that has led to forestalling the several attacks from the militias of the both sides. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. The statement signed by Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i, the Interior and Coordination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I think this appears to be quite a fairly long one. Do I get the response from, yes, Honorable Chaboy?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. And I must thank the committee for bringing in this statement response quickly. And I also like the fact that the minister has indicated that the ministry is currently developing a policy for recruitment and remuneration of elders. That makes me happy, Mr. Speaker, because it means there is something going on. But the only thing that I would have really wanted from the committee and the CS is to simply indicate the number of elders who have been recruited nationwide, because that would help us, including National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, to consider giving a small budget for them to be assisted. So in future, if this could have been done, because I believe between the CS, the committee, and the National Assembly, all of us are in unison interested in helping these particularly hardworking people, members of our constituencies. So I'm happy with the statement, other than the bit that we should have had a little more details. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the statement was sought by the Deputy Speaker, and he has indicated happiness. Obviously, I even without checking which direction, I know the member for Kiminini must ask something about village elders. The Honorable Amalwa is in the house, is he? Member for Kilifi North, about elders.
Yes, about elders, sir. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. About elders, we have engaged with the Minister of Interior at the implementation committee level. And their take is that we need a law, actually, to make an amendment in the Chiefs Act to bring in the village elders there so that they can also be remunerated and properly elected. I did submit a law, which I actually went ahead to make a presentation at the budget office. But the budget office, 1 year down the line, committee has never brought any response whatsoever on the same. And yet the ministry was in agreement that we do a law that supports payment and taking care of the village elders. So to say that the ministry will actually take care of the village elders and all that, it will not happen if there's no law that backs it. And I did that as a duty to my country. But I haven't seen any response. I've always been talking to the chairman of budget about this thing. But the chairman of budget keeps on shifting one place to the other. I've talked to the clerk doesn't give me any response. Yet I made a very good presentation at the committee. But there hasn't been any report to myself or to this house on the same.
It is not the beauty of the presentation. It is because it obviously revolves around resources. So even as beautiful as it may be, you may need to go and convince the Honorable Kanini Kega and the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, so that then you comply with the requirements of Article 114. So it could have been very beautiful. That I appreciate. Yeah. And I do know that you make very beautiful presentations. But I suspect the problem might have been with Article 114 of the Constitution, and perhaps to the extent that it is public resources, they might want to hide under Article 230 SRC. So I think you still might have some grounds to cover. What number one buyer? Yes, what is?
Yeah, well, what I'd like to see is a report. I think it's, please order a report, that they bring the report, whether there is money or there is no money, but we want to see a report on the same, so that we know that these questions that we are bringing here may never, because so many questions have been brought here about payment of village elders and take care of them. Many times, many members. But you see, at the end of the day, it's just the same things that they say here, but probably we'll know whether it will happen or not if we get the reports and what finance is saying and what the ministry. But I think finance has money. We calculated it to around 5 billion shillings a year. And this government can afford it. They can afford to pay these village elders.
That can only come from the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, unfortunately. The member for Kilifi North may be very knowledgeable about the ability of government, but certainly not with the authority to confirm to the House. But nevertheless, your sentiments, I think, have been noted by the committee, so that they can bring a report. Just bring the report, say what it is that the National Treasury has stated. Member for Funyula, village elders, I'm sure.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, it's about village elders. And we must acknowledge, all of us who are here, that village elders actually do the donkey's work in the sub-locations and the locations and the various devolved units. It's extremely unfortunate that they commit their life, they commit their time, and no even a token of appreciation. We are not asking for salary.
Honorable Udo, just, I'm not stopping you, but you mentioned even in the devolved units. I'm sure if you look at the County Government Act, there is provision for such like
yes,
village officers, village administrators can be cascaded to the lowest level possible. Because as you say, Honorable Undu, it is true they play a crucial role in resolving a lot of myriad of problems at the grassroots level. Proceed.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, actually the most interesting part that the village councils attached to the village administrators have some an allowance. So the question the village elders who are attached to the assistant chiefs are asking, we are serving the same government, we are serving the same people. How come these members of the village council are being paid some honoraria, and us who serve the national government, which has got the biggest cake of the national revenue, cannot even appreciate? And I think it's a matter, Honorable Speaker, and as Honorable Baya has said, the Budget and Appropriation Committee has a duty to this House to bring a report of whichever way. It's Parliament that makes and approves budget. It's Parliament that makes laws. For somebody somewhere else to stall the budget-making process is truly indeed an affront to the Constitution of Kenya and the role of this Parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, I request and beseech you to prevail upon the Budget and Appropriation Committee to bring the report here so that the House can take charge of the report and make the relevant decision. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, the Majority Whip is a member of the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague, the Honorable Undo, that what he's saying could be right, well said, but in law it's not the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Budget and Appropriation Committee can only allocate money within the provisions of the PFM Act. And the PFM Act, Honorable Speaker, says you can only allocate money where there is, the law is providing for it. So if there is no law that provides for us to allocate the funds, we are not able to allocate, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
And the legislative proposal by the Honorable Baya? The Honorable Baya made a legislative proposal. It needs to hear what is the status of that legislative proposal. Is it tenable? What is the view of the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and others who may be involved in those processes? Perhaps.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On that one, I would want to say that I'll be able to follow up with the committee. Then maybe I can respond later on, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe the Honorable Makali Mulu, who is a ranking member of the committee also.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I sit in both the budget and also the Administration of National Security. And I just wanted to say that in the Committee of Administration and National Security, we have actually a draft bill, which is trying to address this matter and see how we can harmonize the main one under the Assistant Chief and the water administrators. So we are working on that, and I'm very sure within a very short time, not more than 2 months, we should be having a bill proposed in this House by the committee to be debated. So I would just urge the honorable members, when the bill comes, Honorable Speaker, that we fast track it and pass it. I remember, Honorable Speaker, at one point there was such a bill in the Senate. And actually the Senate had already passed that bill. But where it disappeared between the Senate and the National Assembly, I don't know. So I think this is really, we need to take this matter seriously And I agree with those honorable members who are saying, Honorable Speaker, that the village elders, the kind of work they do in this country, I don't think even the chiefs and the assistant chiefs do it. A research was conducted, Honorable Speaker, and it was confirmed that this is the first stop when you want to achieve justice in this country. They deal with matters, relationships to do with marriage. They deal with the child-to-father relationships. When any matter arises, Honorable Speaker, that's where you go first. And I think we really need to take this matter seriously and assist them to get an allowance. So that bill, when it comes, let's please fast track it and pass it. I submit.
Very well. That's not, now we can't just deal with the issue of village elders. I'm sure the Honorable Amala would want to tell me that they are called Omokasa or Liguru. There's not, whatever they are called, they are village elders. But I think what the information by the Honorable Makali Mulu should suffice for the time being. Otherwise, we'll just discuss for talk because it is fashionable to open our mouths. Let's not. There's just something about village elders. You know, there's so much else to be responded to. Let's get the Honorable Jessica Mbalu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my dissatisfaction with the statement by the committee. Mr. Speaker, I had sought the statement on increased cases of sexual violence against children in Kibwezi's constituency. Mr. Speaker, what I've received, there are general policies, of course, covering the whole country. I really expected the committee through the ministry to give me detailed explanation on the issue of Kibwezi's constituency, and as read out very well by the vice chairperson, the area of Mtitiwande as he captures the general information. So when you look at the my number one question on the guarantee of the safety boy-child, Mr. Speaker, I expected the recent cases that are in Mtitiwande to be given a detailed information on the status together with the measures. Mr. Speaker, on the second one I was seeking for the different stages of investigation. The committee, as much as they have done a good work, Mr. Speaker, they have just highlighted many cases, Mr. Speaker. In the cases, out of the 14 cases of investigation, Mr. Speaker, it is surprising that only 2, we have the accused in remand, and the rest are pending before the court. The committee has not stated which courts are these and who are these, Mr. Speaker. Just a name. I want to highlight like a complainant, male 18 years. The accused being Christopher Muhiga. Of course, in Kibwezi East, we do not have Muhiga. A male adult, age 26 years, pending before court, Mr. Speaker. In my request on the state, Mr. Speaker, I expected narrowing down to Kibwezi, and especially the area I cited, Mtitiwande, and I'm sure my constituents, they'll feel better, of course, explained through the ministry as they had sent me as their representative, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of the only one I can see is for Kamba, a woman, a complainant, 12 years, accused Alphonse Mutinda, age 21 years, pending before court. Mr. Speaker, this is not, and I cannot be convinced that this is part of Kibwezi as we generalize, the response on the measures that are being taken. So, Mr. Speaker, through your guidance and indulgence, I would seek that you order the committee narrows down the explanation of the statement to my requests on the cases in Kibwezi's constituency as they give a general response. I thank you.
I think the only way that can be sorted out is if the Honorable Jessica Mbalu appears before the committee on a date when the Cabinet Secretary or whoever it is that comes to respond to the specific issues that you've raised, because I agree, when you say pending under investigation, pending in court, I mean, that's so general. Nobody, it doesn't even, can't even convince a toddler. I don't know. It's not really, those are very useless responses. It is not the committee, of course. We know the difficulties in this process, because you get statements that have been given. Maybe it is just some chief somewhere who went and wrote in the village with the help of a village elder, and they wrote the names. So because we say, as we acknowledge, the village elders do such a good job, they may have helped to collect names and say this one is pending in the court, and they may not know the details about the court cases. So, Honorable Vice Chair, I think it would be good that you can give an undertaking that when the Cabinet Secretary appears before the committee, you invite the Honorable Jessica Mbalu so that she can now raise those specifics. Because I'm sure you don't have the details yourself. Maybe we get that undertaking?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I undertake and I'll invite Honorable Jessica to appear before the committee so that she can get adequate response from the minister himself.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's okay, Honorable Mbalu. Yeah, Honorable Walicha Gufu, Wario, member for Moyale. OLF. There was reference to something called OLF. Is it? Is it O? Can't get him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I must say I'm disappointed with what we have just heard in this House. Mr. Speaker, my questions are very, very direct. The first one was whether there's any investigation which was carried out on the attack in the areas of Nankombi, Elebor, in Moyale constituency. And what I expected was to say investigations were done, these were the findings, people have been arrested, or the culprits have been arrested, and the displaced people have been assisted to go back to their homes. My second question, Mr. Speaker, sir, was in regard to the reopening of the schools. I earlier said people are doing exams, these guys are, people are misplaced, and they are IDPs in Kenya, not outside. And I was just asking what could be done so that those schools are reopened, Mr. Speaker. The third question was what action the ministry is taking to ensure the administrative and security officers on the ground serve the residents of the two sub-counties, that is Sololo sub-county and the newly created Torbi sub-county, equally and fairly. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's no mention on that completely. The fourth question, Mr. Speaker, is the measures that have been put in place by the majority, by the ministry to curb the increased cases of insecurity, Mr. Speaker, sir, at Funanida. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reply that you have had for yourself is actually one-sided. Calling Borana community dishonesty community, not individuals, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think is not what should be said in this House. A community is not individuals, and I think the committee should have expunged such kind of statement from their report. Mr. Speaker, sir, When I went through the statement, I got it. And yesterday, we were supposed to have a virtual meeting with the CS, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was fully prepared, but the meeting was called off because there's no quorum of the committee, Mr. Speaker, sir. And you know the number of times I've been following up these issues. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, in short, in a nutshell, what I can say is that the report actually showed there's a lot of insecurity issues in my area, which some of maybe I'm not even aware of, like OLF, which was read. I'm totally not aware whether there's any OLF or anything like that in Kenya. So if the Committee of National Security and Administration can tell this honorable House such kind of statement, Mr. Speaker, I don't know really where we are going. Mr. Speaker, sir, they went further and said that these OLF are being funded by some politicians. I think the chair should come out clearly and tell this House who are those politicians. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the identity of Kenyans is very, very, very known by anybody in the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I brought this statement or asked for this statement, it was because of the issues that I have in my constituency on the ground, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's not something just I collected from the roads and brought it here, Mr. Speaker, sir. But the unfortunate thing which is happening, Mr. Speaker, sir, my people who I represent are called goons. They even went further and said, these are not Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I totally disagree with this statement. It is one-sided. I don't think whether this is the information even the government officers on the ground, Mr. Speaker, can give. I know I can say. And it is cooked, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm totally not in agreement with Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Now that we may not go to any kitchen where they cook statements. Now, as you can see, don't forget, it is very clear. Those of you who are raising up your hands, you just want to fuel this. No. Now, you know, let me tell you, the Honorable Wario, I think he has spoken his heart out. The chairperson is not the owner of that statement. Even as the chairperson concluded reading that statement, she indicated very clearly, signed by the cabinet secretary responsible. So, you know, you cannot say that the committee should have expunged certain parts, because then if that's the work of a committee, then we are dealing with the wrong situation. The committee cannot expunge. I think in order to address that, the issues that you raised, Honorable Wario, now you are raising your hands up to say what? This matter can only be handled. The responses to the questions that he is raising cannot be, the committee or the chairperson is not in possession of that information. So even if I allow all of you to clap and say this is unfair. But if you want to comment about, if you say that, because the solution is for, again, the Honorable Wario, and I don't know why it is that you say you are ready yesterday. I think what you had planned to do yesterday was a correct thing. Now, is it about the committee, or is it, you know, I don't want anybody to revisit the issues about Honorable, who is a member of the committee? Honorable, apart from the vice chair will speak. Honorable Makali Mulu. Honor Makali Mulu, you are a member, you just said you are a member of that committee.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of that committee. And this is what I want to say, Honorable Speaker. I think in Honorable Wario's statement, he did mention that yesterday there was supposed to be a virtual meeting, which was not possible because there was no quorum. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to put the records straight. Because after that meeting, the PS did tweet, and he said that the committee was not in attendance and he was fully prepared for the meeting. Honorable Speaker, I want you to go on record that we boycotted that meeting. I want to go it on record. Why did we do that, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, we have just concluded the supplementary budget. As a committee, Honorable Speaker, we did make proposals where we said reallocate from here to this place. And I want to quote specific examples, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you go to our report as a committee, there was a proposal to reallocate money from the prisons department to the police department, 1 billion shillings. This money, Honorable Speaker, was money which was supposed to pay salaries for promoted prison officers. Honorable Speaker, the second point, this committee has been going around the country visiting police stations. As a result of that visitation, a report was tabled here, Honorable Speaker. And one of the key findings was that there is need for counseling services for our police officers. So on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, the committee did propose reallocation of 50 million to the Police Service Commission to have seed money to start that important exercise, Honorable Speaker. As a result of that, Honorable Speaker, I'll come there. That's why I want to tell you why we boycotted the meeting. Honorable Speaker, the same ministry did approve establishment of administrative units. And this committee, in their wisdom, decided to have some money set aside to operationalize some of these units. And we made a proposal. Honorable Speaker, what has happened? After doing all that work, Honorable Speaker, in committee meetings and even in hotels, where the taxpayers' money has been used, Honorable Speaker, come the end of the day, all the other committees' reallocations were approved. Reallocations of this particular committee, Honorable Speaker, was declined on the basis of a telephone call. On the basis of a telephone call, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, what we're asking is, this committee represents Parliament. It is a parliamentary committee, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, in a situation where this committee is being assumed, Parliament is being assumed. That's the truth of the matter. So we said, Honorable Speaker, what has come out of this committee, Honorable Speaker, is where the big brother, if you go to that committee, if you go to that ministry, there is a so-called big brother and some small brothers. So the big brother in this particular ministry is so unkind, so inconsiderate, that he only wants to take money and all the other small brothers are left with nothing. And as representatives of the people, Honorable Speaker, because we represent the prison officers, we represent the police officers, when we come and we say, Honorable Speaker, we need to see fairness as an oversight committee, then, Honorable Speaker, we are told you can't move. What reason do we have, Honorable Speaker, to attend a meeting with such a people? Honorable Speaker, you can check our records as a committee. We have been meeting for the last 3 years and a half. I can say without any fear of contradiction, the only time we have met the CS is less than 3 times. Less than 3 times. The only time the PS comes with the full team, Honorable Speaker, is when we are discussing the budget. When we are discussing matters important as these questions from honorable members, they are never there. So Honorable Speaker, You know, I think that I thought the chairperson would say these things. But I think, Honorable Speaker, time has come when we must call a spade, and not a small spoon. So, Honorable Speaker, we are saying, if we have to engage as Parliament with this particular ministry, Honorable Speaker, then we must do our work as parliamentarians as provided in the Constitution, and they do their work. And to make things worse, Honorable Speaker, you go tweeting when you are only ready to attend a virtual meeting, not even a physical meeting. Security matters are never discussed virtually. They are discussed physically because they have confidential issues. So, Honorable Speaker, I think as a committee we are just saying, we want your indulgence, we want your support, and I know you tell us we have what it takes to do our work, but I think now, Honorable House, this is no longer the time of a small committee called administration. This is a matter for the whole House. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Now, I thought the Honorable Makali has spoken for most of you. Honorable Rosabuyu, let me hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not apologize for the emotional delivery of the speech of Honorable Makali.
But you are a member of the committee.
I am a member of that committee.
Yes.
And it represents the feeling of all the members of that committee. Honorable Speaker, I sympathize with the members when they come and almost shed tears about insecurity matters in their constituencies. Because without security, nothing can move. Honorable Speaker, many times the committee has had to call off its meetings in the very last minutes of the meeting. Like 5 minutes, 2 minutes to the meetings have been called off because of no reason that's been given. Honorable Speaker, when the members complain about shoddy answers, it is because there's been no interaction and no time is given to respond to the questions or requests of the members. Honorable Speaker, we know and we always say, Honorable Speaker, can you just give me an opportunity to say this? Most of the work of parliamentarians are done within the committees, and we all know that. Honorable Speaker, the committees are made useless when they actually sit and come up with decisions based on valid rationales. And those rationales, Honorable Speaker, even when it comes to decisions of budgets, are not taken into account. Honorable Speaker, you've heard my colleague talk about the correctional services. It was sad for the committee to sit and watch a grown-up official actually weep because of the effect of no money being set aside to the promotions of the officers in the correctional services. Honorable Speaker, when the committee unanimously agreed and decided that the 1 billion should be left within correctional services, you've heard my colleagues say, just a phone call, change all that. My question is, Mr. Speaker, what then is the work of these committees in the budget process? That means we spend our time, we spend taxpayers' money, and whatever we come up with based on the impact of the lives of the people of Kenya is null and void, just by a phone call and by a stroke of pen. Honorable Speaker, it's time to decide whether the committees will continue to spend taxpayers' money when what they recommend is really null and void. It is for this House to decide. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
But you people were here when you were doing the supplementary estimate. Member for Mbere South. You are also a member of the committee. Give him.
Oh,
Don't touch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Matters, security are grave matters. Security is life and death. And yet the ministry treats the matter security frivolously and even something proximate to contempt. We have been sitting and asking the minister to come. And many times, they don't show up. The last meeting that we had, and Honorable Kamket was there, the representative, the CAS, came when the committee had already dispersed. And there's a lot of frustration. Mr. Speaker, as we talk now, more than 15 questions are still pending. Some of them are going to expire next week before they are answered. And yet, the members are talking about human life in their villages. As we talk, Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, the same ministry is organizing 600 GSU officers to go and evict citizens out of their chambers. And they cannot even inform me. They talk in low tones, pretending that they are evicting citizens out of Tanda land. Nobody is in Tanda land in my constituency. They want to take over the Mwea settlement scheme. And the citizens are living in fear. I think it's about time that we called out the ministry and the minister that they must do their job. And I hear others saying, oh, to Meshindo. That is why we are here. We are doing our job. And the contempt to the committee is contempt to this House. I submit, Mr. Speaker, that this House should take up, the whole House should take up the matter of CS Interior and deal with it once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, you know, if everybody is just going to talk about their frustration now, what is Honorable Kaluma? Are you also frustrated?
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, I'm privileged with the permission of the members of the committee to chair the subcommittee dealing with questions, petitions, and legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I share in the frustration of members. These members have come before the committee, like the meeting before the meeting which was boycotted by members yesterday. The members came, and because of the sensitivity of the issues, you remember, Honorable Speaker, the matter for Tiati has been raised, the matter for Moyale, Honorable Sankok, several of them came. They will confirm to you that we are there waiting 1 hour past the meeting time for just a CS to come. This is a committee, Honorable Speaker, in which I've sat for years and years without seeing the CS come before it. You only see the PS during budget. Budget will come, after that you don't see them. So we made a special request that because of the nature of the questions we were treating, we want the CS and the PS. Honorable Speaker, this brings me to why we boycotted. They tell us they can only meet us virtually. How do you deal with those sensitive issues that Honorable Kamket is raising on TRT, curfew, and those other issues, and all these members virtually? You don't know who is hearing them. We need to give the directions. So that, honorable members, the fact of the matter is that we boycotted. But we have a problem with that ministry. And Honorable Speaker, we are at a level where we believe the committee is being disrespected. We are at a point of saying, and we'll be requesting the House to join us, that there must be some very drastic actions. I mean, we are a committee of parliament, but we are representing this parliament. We have overprotected, and this is our feeling as committee members, and members would agree with us. We have overprotected this particular department with money, protecting them from parliament to an extent, Honorable Speaker, that the Cabinet Secretary and the PS for Interior believe they are superior to this House. They cannot be. So, Honorable Member, I'm sorry we did not deal with the matters tomorrow, but we are doing it as a signal to the ministry that we must treat the matters being brought to this floor and which we'll be transacting as a committee as very serious representatives of this House when we deal with them. I request, Honorable Speaker, that we apologize to the members, but those matters, and we insist, are not matters that can be dealt with virtually. And Honorable Speaker, you made a ruling here that it is for each committee to determine what are these issues for which you need the CS and what are the issues which can be delegated. You will confirm, Honorable Speaker, that for the last 3 years, we've never required our CS to come before us, unless it is very necessary. The one time he came, you remember he was lecturing the nation through the committee about court orders. I was not there. I've been in the committee, I've never seen him. Our PS has never been before the committee. And we're doing that because sometimes they say they are busy. We are saying if the answer is necessary, well and good. But they have been giving us general answers, and in helping members and the nation for whom you are asking these questions, we are saying we need engagement with the CS and the PS in a manner that can give us answers that can be implemented and that can be followed up and enforced. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now this one who is standing, Honorable Kaunya, you are a member of the committee, aren't you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the Committee for Administration and National Security, and I support, Honorable Speaker, the view that has been expressed by other members, and particularly with regard to questions, statements. Honorable Speaker, you'll note that in this afternoon, out of 3 statements read by the chair, 2 have not got a satisfactory, and that is an indication of what also has been happening with questions. Honorable Speaker, the department, or rather the ministry, is handling the questions carelessly. And Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize one point, that the conditions of work of security officers needs to be looked into very seriously. Honorable Speaker, we visited industrial area remand prison, and the warders there, in terms of the living conditions, are living in worse conditions than the prisoners. We visited some warders who are living in structures which were papers, which were covered by papers, the nylon papers. Honorable Speaker, when you are talking of 1 billion shillings, which was provided for in the budget of prison for promotion of officers in the 2020-2021 budget, being shifted, and considering also, Honorable Speaker, that the department concerned of prisons had undertaken the interviews for promotions based, Honorable Speaker, on facts that the Public Service Commission had approved the promotions, that the Treasury had provided funds for the normal promotions. And Honorable Speaker, members should note that the last 14 years, the Prisons Department has not promoted any officers. What this means, Honorable Speaker, there are gaps arising from deaths, from retirement, and in institutions of discipline, Honorable Speaker, as you know, the question of chain of command and the question of management of human resources is very key. Now, as it is, Honorable Speaker, we have a situation where there are big gaps. The Public Service Commission recommended that normal promotion should be undertaken and reorganization of the prisons department to fit what is common practice in the police and the military. The 14-tier structure was recommended. It was implemented. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say the members are concerned with the way telephone calls from whichever officers can affect a whole decision made by the committee after serious research and discussion. And Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize that it is important to look at the welfare of security officers, police officers, and the prisons officers equally. You can't shift money which was meant for promotions. The promotions interviews have been done. The officers are stuck. So what it means, there will be demoralization. And Honorable Speaker, that can be a recipe for problems in the disciplined forces. So I urge, Honorable Speaker, that you give this committee support and direction so that this House be able to ensure this ministry respects the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, honourable members, no, there must be closure to, we can't speak endlessly. We must look for a solution. And none of you is suggesting a solution. Now this is the solution. Don't Honorable Tekla, don't raise hand up here, Isn't that Honorable Tekla? Oh, the Honorable Chepkwony. Yeah, Kathambi Chepkwony. Even if you sit very far, I still, I know most of you by your faces, even when you have masks. So, honourable members, we must look for some solution to this matter. We can't allow it to continue this way. And it can't be that members will seek statements, will ask questions, and then no satisfactory answers given. Somebody must be held accountable. But before the House, resolves one way or the other, I am directing that a meeting to take place, chaired by the leader of the majority party, in the presence of the majority whip and members of the Committee on Administration and National Security, at which meeting the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and something, coordination, yeah, and the Principal Secretary responsible, just a minute, just a minute. Just a minute. It is a house because it's a business of the House. But remember, whenever a chairman of a committee is not present, we channel them through the office of the leader of majority. And he is at liberty to invite as many of you as are capable of offering solutions, but and chase away those who may go to incite. But at that meeting, please, let there be some way forward on how questions, because it is not strange. This is not the first time. The office, that is what used to be called the Ministry of, is it Interior? Internal Security in the years past. It always had the most cases. Those of you who have some memory of what used to happen even in the past, that ministry always has most questions, because issues of security, issues of, administration, you are talking about village elders, all those prisons now, then next time it will be immigration. So that particular office has always, before this, in this House, had most questions. And it's only fair that at that meeting, a way forward be found on how questions are going to be responded to, our statements are going to be processed to the satisfaction of members, because it is not fair. And we have said this in, time without end, without number, that she is only reading a statement that has been signed by somebody. Now, when you tell her that this is a most useless statement, yeah, you may be right, it may be useless, but that is the best that she has been given. Maybe, but the best, a way must be found where the cabinet secretary or their representatives will be available in person to appear. And I would suggest that that meeting takes place inside this chamber, so that the fears about social distancing will be addressed. I'm sure, I don't expect that there will be as many people in attendance as we are today. No, not to incite. Only members of the committee. The Honorable Junaid wants to attend the meeting. Obviously, as a whip and as a leader, you obviously are at liberty to attend. It's a committee meeting. But let this meeting be for purposes of discussing a way about how the responses from that ministry are going to come to the committee and from the committee to the House. Let that decision be made at that meeting. Let not decide now, because that will be whimsical also. Let there be a candid discussion, because if members of the committee are the ones expressing frustration, then it means that the matter is serious. And that's why I'm directing that the meeting takes place under the chairmanship of the leader of the majority party, who can then take over if things become as frustrating as they have appeared this afternoon. Because the Honorable Fatuma Gedi merely read out what was presented to her. In fact, I had been told that, remember the response she got from, she read out to the request by the Honorable Cheboy, other than the issue of payment. The Honorable Cheboy said he was satisfied. So it's a way in which it is clear that some questions are not being given as much attention as is, it would be desirable. And I think those things should be discussed at that meeting. Honorable Fatuma and your team, you liaise with the leader of the majority party to agree on the date next week. Because obviously what the Honorable Wario had requested, from what he has stated, indeed, he's not been given what you would call justice, to the issues that he had raised. And I think it's only fair that at some time, some not too distant future, he can get a proper response. Not necessarily from you, Honorable Fatuma, but from those responsible, the ones who have signed the statement, or those that may be in the villages giving the information. Because obviously, this information, it may well be that information has come from the village, but it needs to be, there must be a mechanism by which even them in headquarters should be able to verify and ascertain the authenticity and truthfulness of the responses that they get here at headquarters. And I think with that, I think we should move forward. Let's move on. Honorable Abdusalan, I can see you. Honorable Kolosh, I'm sure now this could be Wajir issues now. Please, let's be satisfied with this. Not question, not what. They will be dealt with that day. Because because even if you ask questions, you're asking me, I don't know anything about what is in your villages. The chairman is just here. Now you want to ask the chairperson what happened in the village? She is here. Let this meeting happen. It will bring out I'm sure, perhaps, hopefully, a more conducive way of processing these statements and responses and questions and answers. Hopefully. And if we all go into the meeting with open minds. Honorable Tiende Molo.
Mr. Speaker, I think you've given clear guidance on that issue, and therefore I'll not speak on the more substantive aspects. But there are just two that perhaps are important to speak to, because it affects more than just the committee. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that even as the chairs read the statements as prepared in response, they look at the language. The language was rather intemperate, and it is important that even as you respond on a given answer, you find a way of asking the responder to tamper it. The second procedural issue is what I heard Honorable Wario say, that initially he was to attend the meeting and the meeting boycott did not happen, which then begs the question whether the answer was ripe. It probably suggests that it should have been withheld until such time as the meeting now you are suggesting. But my last point, Mr. Speaker, is a more procedural point. I'd have raised it earlier, but I thought I could raise it now, because we are all aware that the chair of the committee is indisposed and not really sitting here right now. Mr. Speaker, we may have to consider at some point, either as a House or in terms of your discretion under Standing Order 31, read with Standing Order 1, in terms of the sittings that we had extended. Because of the rising COVID situation, our sister house has actually reduced their sitting, I think, to 1 day a week, while as we had increased them essentially to 5. We may have to consider, especially the evening sittings, Mr. Speaker, with the health protocols, and given the time between the morning sitting, the afternoon sitting, and the evening sitting, whether we even have sufficient time for fumigation. I think it is a point to ponder at this point, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
That is an important observation, which the House Business Committee is already seized with and grappling with what to do. But we are seeking further technical advice from the Ministry of Health. But maybe I don't see the Honorable TJ Kajwang here. I don't know whether there is a member of the Procedure and House Rules who is in the House, other than no, the Honorable Pukose is not a member of Procedure. Are you? Oh, very well. I am not disowning you, Honorable Pukose. But I think I want to also make some suggestion out of experience that I've gathered in some jurisdictions. We may need, in our standing orders, to revisit the question of when a meeting is to happen with people from outside Parliament, and there is no vote being taken, the necessity to wait for quorum. Because if the chairperson or the vice chairperson has arrived, or a member, if the two of them are not present and you have agreed that a member can take over, because Parliament is a house of record, and maybe the person coming is not coming to answer a question, is to give some presentation. The presentation will be left there. In some jurisdictions, as long as there's somebody chairing, witnesses give their testimony and leave. It happens. So members of the Rules and Procedure and House Rules Committee, this is something I think in our standing orders. I don't want to suggest about the Constitution because it will require a constitutional amendment. But in our standing orders, I think that is something that you may need to revisit, think through, see whether it makes sense, and because there is improvement in technology, there will be situations whereby everything that is said There's nothing being written. Some of these rules which we have carried on were made when testimony would be taken and through shorthand and things like those. So that sometimes you have to question whether what has been recorded is exactly what was said by a witness. But it is something that we need to think through, because it also would help in fast-tracking the work of committees. Honorable, no. Honorable Pukose, I know you want to, why don't you raise the one which you wanted to raise?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just before I raise on that one, Honorable Speaker, at times I think with the improvement in technology, maybe members can confirm through even SMS or on WhatsApp that they are on their way. And that can give, if we can be able to amend that on our standing orders, so that members can be able to, pardon? No, if member can confirm and is coming, then you can provide that in the standing order. Meanwhile, Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to ask is that on 2nd May 2019, you directed a bill which is sponsored by myself on the Kenya Food and Drugs Authority to the Committee on Health. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, when it came, after that it came for second reading, we agreed to step it down when Honorable Dwale raised that had a meeting with some interested people who are the stakeholders, and we even agreed, and we were sponsored by both the Ministry of Health and the US government to go and see how the US Food and Drugs Authority works. Honorable Speaker, since that time, this bill has just been left in abeyance, and I thought this is a very critical bill, especially in the current situation where we are facing issues of COVID and issues of even approval for the vaccines that are coming into our country. And in fact, on issues of even surveillance and other matters concerning health, I think this is a bill that could be able to help this country address many of the issues that we are currently facing. And I request that you give direction on this, considering the other, on Tuesday, that you gave a direction that with or without the report, the PPI constitutional bill should be tabled, that this bill also be put on the order paper so that this House can dispense with it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I did get your letter of concern. I'm alive to the fact that that bill was read for the first time on 2nd of May 2019. It was referred to the Departmental Committee on Health. The Departmental Committee on Health has never considered the bill. Obviously, almost close to 2 years. I think it's not. It doesn't speak very well of that committee. So my direction is that the committee tables a report before the House on Thursday 1st, for the bill to be on the order paper on the Tuesday following that day, the week after. The clerk will implement that. The committee is, I don't know, I don't see the chairperson, but, and please, members, chairmen of committees, we don't sit on members' bills. You know, sometimes we are told that the ministries are preparing something similar, then nothing happens. So, you know, you really frustrate members when you don't process their bills. Bring them here, there's sufficient expertise in the House. There was a statement which was to be delivered by the Honorable Florence Mutua to the Honorable Duale. I'm told the Honorable Duale is satisfied with the response. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, you need to confirm what Honorable Ichungwa is distributing in the chamber, and I was telling Honorable Shamala that you might be indoctrinated into the Mungiki sect without your knowledge, because he's giving me paraphernalia, and I refused. I refused the paraphernalia, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, that was a light touch. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the chair now, because I heard the Committee of Education lamenting. I want to thank the chair of education. I want to thank the Minister for Education, because I was given booklets. I asked 3 questions. The distribution of desks to schools. I was given the whole country, school by school, how many desks government distributed. I was given a whole booklet, voluminous, like the Public Accounts Committee report, on all the artisans who did it in the country, including my own constituency, and I was confirmed that this money was budgeted for. So it's good that we are coming from the Committee on Education, but we are going to a committee that is working very hard under the able leadership of Honorable Flonis Mutua. But Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, because that went out. Speaker, because you have asked the leader of majority to convene a meeting, and I agree with the Honorable Otiende Amolo, the statement given, there was even an indication that there is a militia, foreign power in our country. So I really want you, as they go discuss it, you expunge what was said today, you order the expansion of what was said today from the record of the House. You know, the goons and all that statement. And going forward, I think what Otiende Amolo said was true. I think our clerks can also look at the statements, and our chairs and vice chairs can look at the statements, and if there is some language that is demeaning, you can too. But Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why we should have ministers here. I remember the late Ojode, the late Saitoti, the late Muchuki used to feel the heat from members. You know, we should not harass our colleagues who are chairs and vice chairs. And the Speaker, for record, I remember the member for Chapalungu then, Isaac Ruto, one afternoon called the Attorney General, who was an ex official in the House. He called him, you know, Mr. Attorney General, you are one of the most incompetent Attorney Generals in the Commonwealth. And when we went to the tea at the lunch, the Attorney General, even today, that Attorney General reminds me, he tells me I'll never forget a statement. So ministers should be here. Their ego will be reduced. Ministers' ego, now you know outside they have ego. When they appear here every afternoon and they answer questions from the people's representative. And one of the reasons why I support BBI is for ministers to come and sit here. They should come here. They should come and answer questions, Mr. Speaker. This idea of, you know, chairs, we are harassing chairs for no good reason. But I want Honorable Flores to go and tell Professor Magoha, I am satisfied with his answer, and I expect the statement I saw this afternoon on KPLC and the independent power producers. Honorable Gikaria will go and tell Honorable Keter that we don't want the story of the Ministry of Interior. We want proper answers so that we know who owns those independent power producers and their shareholding. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm happy.
Very well. I think we may not order for the expansion of what was stated, because then what was said by the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, then will not be referring to anything. So let's have it, but it is a pertinent point that let us also, even as chairs of committees, you can look at certain responses and even ask a cabinet secretary whether he or she would want to receive a statement or a response in certain language. Certain ones, they are so offensive. They just cause anger for no reason. And, you know, referring to whole communities as goons and things like those, that's not language that we expect in the House. But I think, so that we don't revisit that matter, let us wait for this meeting. Honorable Abdisalan, please, let's just wait for this meeting to happen next week. No, we still have other, I don't know. No. The next response is by the Chair of Labor and Social Welfare, the Honorable Peter Mwadhi, to a request by the Honorable Wilson Sosion.
Yes, I have the statement ready. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I wish to read the response. Honorable Speaker, on 18th February 2021, the Honorable Wilson Sosion MP, nominated member, sought for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
Now, sorry, Honorable Mwadhi. Honorable Mwadhi, where is the Sergeant at Arms? Sergeant at Arms, can you remove those yellow things I'm seeing on members' mics? They don't belong to Parliament. Throw them, confiscate them.
I heard them say they belong to UDA. I don't know what is UDA.
They don't belong to Parliament.
They don't belong to here.
Just confiscate them. Just hand it over. There is nothing out of order. There is nothing out of order. I have given the order. I have given the order. If you do not surrender it, please take your leave.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I proceed?
There is nothing out of order. Proceed, Honorable Mwadhi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
you know,
if you may protect me from Honorable Shungwa, Honorable Speaker.
Please, why don't you seek the assistance of the Honorable Pukose?
Yes.
He can't advise you to bring strange gadgets here. Don't engage me in that kind of argument, Honorable members. You are the only one using that microphone. I've seen that. I've seen those things you have read. I know where you have read them from. Let us not. This is not business. Proceed, Honorable Mwadhi. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 18th February 2021, the Honorable Wilson Sosion MP, nominated member, sought for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, pursuant to Standing Order number 44.2c, regarding gazettement of agency fees with respect to collective bargaining agreements, which I'll hereafter refer as CBAs, negotiated and concluded by 40 trade unions in the country in the period of 2017 to 2021. The member refers to Section 49 of the Labor Relations Act 2007, which provides for the payment of agency fees to trade unions by an employer after effecting deductions from an employee's salary. In particular, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable member sought information regarding 5 questions, which I'll read out, and then I'll read the response from the ministry for each question. Question number 1, Honorable Speaker, is why the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection has violated Section 49 of the Labor Relations Act 2007 by not gazetting agency fees that was negotiated and concluded in the CBAs by Kenya National Union of Teachers, that is NAT, University Academic Staff Union, WASU, Kenya National Union of Nurses, KNAN, Dock Workers Union, among others. As to that question, Honorable Speaker, the response from the ministry is as follows. The ministry has not violated Section 49 of the Labor Relations Act 2007 by not gazetting agency fees negotiated in collective bargaining agreements as alleged. The Cabinet Secretary has received a total of 37 applications for deduction of agency fees. The ministry continues to process these applications for gazettement and is keen to ensure fairness in procedure and compliance with the law. There he attaches Annex 1, which is here, and I will table after I finish with the statement. As to question number 2, which is why the CS has ignored applications by unions for the agency fees, despite the said unions fulfilling the requirements set out in subsection 2A, 2B,
2C, and 2D of Section 49 of the Labor Relations Act, the answer is as follows: that the ministry has not ignored applications for issuance of agency fee by trade unions as alleged. The ministry continues to process the applications in accordance with the provisions of Section 49(1) of the Labor Relations Act, and hereby attach Annex 2, which I also have here, and I will table after this, reading the statement. Question number 3, Honorable Speaker, is why the CES has failed to implement Section 49 of the Act, which employers continue to Why the CES has failed to implement Section 49 of the Act while the employers continue to offload membership from union registers or withdrawing checkoff, making it extremely difficult for unions to organize and conduct their programs as provided for in Article 41 of the Constitution, despite some unions obtaining court orders compelling the CES to award agency fees. And the answer to that question number 3, Honorable Speaker, is as follows. The ministry has not failed to implement Section 49 of the Labor Relations Act as suggested. The ministry identified various challenges which mainly concern the lack of statutory form for filing an application for agency fee by trade unions. This has resulted in various challenges which include inconsistency in documentation and information filed by parties, e.g. Inclusion of bank details like the branch and the bank, and the application not filed not showing the details of individuals, or whether it's a common account for the union or for collection of the dues. 2, great disparities in amounts payable between employers in the same union. 3, agency fee pay amount is equal to the union dues amount, creating confusion among workers whether they are members or not. 4, complaints by members of misappropriation or misuse of union funds in certain instances, and several are in court in this regard. The ministry is not aware, therefore, of offloading of members of NAT, WASU, Canaan, and other trade unions. Should this arise, then parties have the liberty to report such occurrences as labor trade disputes as is provided for under the law. Many such claims or disputes have been processed and amicably resolved by the ministry under established mechanism in Part 4 on dispute resolution and Part 9 on adjudication of Labor Relations Act 2007 for dispute resolutions. Any grievances relating to agency fees should be reported through the stipulated procedure under the Act, addressed accordingly and remedied, and hereby attach Annex 3, which I have. Question number 4, Honorable Speaker.
I thought you said there was a very short response.
It's just 2 more. Why the CS is undermining the role of trade unions in negotiation of labor matters for their members, violating labor laws, constitution, and International Labor Organization Convention of 1998 on freedom and rights of trade unions. The answer to that is that the ministry has neither undermined the role of trade unions in negotiations of labor matters for their members, nor has he violated labor laws or the ILO convention. He has continued to discharge his duty as mandated by law and put into place necessary measures to promote and protect freedom and rights of trade unions. The Cabinet Secretary continues to do the following, which is number 1, register trade unions, processing of trade disputes, conduct election of trade unions, conciliation and technical committees under alternative dispute resolution, provide labor advisories and conduct trainings on labor administration, and finally involve trade unions as key stakeholders in review of labor policy and laws. And the final question, Honorable Speaker, was when the agency fees will be gazetted for all unions that have negotiated and concluded collective bargaining agreements. And the answer to that is that the gazettement of agency fees has had its fair challenges and has been pending for some time. The ministry sought for guidance from the head of public service and in consultation with National Treasury and Planning and the Office of the Attorney General. Arising from the consultation, it was realized that there were gaps relating to the making of orders under Section 48 on union dues and 49 on agency fee. The gazettement of orders will have to wait for the completion of the lawmaking process as they are still in consultation. Subsequently, the ministry, in conjunction with the Office of the Attorney General, prepared a concept paper on draft labor relations, trade union dues, and agency fees regulations 2020, which are to guide the procedure for gazettement of orders. This document, in accordance with the law, will be presented to the National Labor Board for direction. It is anticipated that these regulations will not only address the attendant challenges, but will also streamline the process and also ensure consistency in procedure, fairness, justice, and legal compliance. Honorable Speaker, that's the end of the statement. I thank you.
Honorable Sosioni, I hope you're not going to say again, very disappointed. Honorable Sosioni.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The statement rendered by the chair of the Labour Committee indeed is very disappointing. The questions are clear. It's about compliance with the law, and it's not about giving general narratives. In fact, if you look at these answers, Honorable Speaker, it is worse than answers that a standard one child can answer on the first day in school. Mr. Speaker, the role of labor movement cannot be downplayed in this country. And what the Cabinet Secretary for Labor is doing is to deliberately asphyxiate the unions. And in terms of gazettement of agency fee under Section 49 of the Labor Relations Act, the minister ought to gazette without making reference to any other process. The powers are vested in the minister. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at what the minister is trying to allude to, is development of regulations to govern. Honorable Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied. We are in the month of March 2021, and we are talking about CBAs that were negotiated in 2017. That comes to the end in the month of June. And we cannot be engaged in these altercations for the entire period of 4 years. Honorable Speaker, looking at the answers from the Cabinet Secretary, which we have shared with the various constituencies, they are very unsatisfactory, and it only leads to killing of trade unions. Honorable Speaker, one of the questions in offloading of membership, looking at various unions in this country, membership has been offloaded deliberately from WASU, Local Government Workers Union, and UKCS, from 70,000 to 30,000. 70,000 to 30,000. Kenya National Union of Teachers, from 200,000 to 17,000. Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, to 0. Kenya National Union of Nurses, to 0. Clinical Officers Union, to 0. There are deeper issues and very grievous, Honorable Speaker, that needs to be answered by the CS. It is not an option and it is not a choice. when it comes to gazettement of agency fee. Further, Honorable Speaker, there are court orders compelling the minister to gazette. One of them I have here is dated 23rd January 2019 with respect to KNUT. And it is an order of the court, and it has not been appealed against by the minister. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is another frivolous and contemptuous response from the Cabinet Secretary, who is presiding on behalf of the government in the killing of trade unions in this country. Honorable Speaker, trade unions are essential in the growth of our economy and, of course, in strengthening of good governance in this country. And when a cabinet secretary deliberately presides on behalf of government in killing of unions, it should worry us. Honorable Speaker, I reject these answers. It's unsatisfactory. And probably, Honorable Speaker, this is a minister who deserves to be impeached. Because when you violate the law, there's no other option. But, Honorable Speaker, I would suggest the same minister is made to urgently appear before the Labour Committee and of course, explain in details and answer these questions afresh. Because when there is a court order that the minister has not appealed against.
Now, I think the long and short of what you are asking for is for the minister to appear. All this discourse, I mean, well, it may be good out there, of course. It makes a lot of political mileage, but I suppose what you would want is for him to come so that you can take him to task, isn't it? In the manner that you appear to be as agitated as, including the Honorable Kaluma.
As you can see, Honorable Speaker.
And Honorable Member Voseme.
Yeah, because the Honorable Speaker, killing of...
Now, what? But now, see now, honorable members. So I can see some of you raising up your hands. So you want to talk to yourselves. Because I'm unlikely to be that minister. Even though the Honorable Association says there's a minister who deserves to be impeached. But so what is it the best thing that the appearance of the minister? Now, you know, you see the Honorable, let the Honorable Nikal. Honorable Sion, I think you have made your case. Even if it's for YouTube consumption, I think the case is well made. And I'm going to give those directions as you have sought. So there's no need of flogging a dead horse, isn't it? Or you are trying to extract blood from a rock. Let's hear the member for Seme once, and then because he's been here since 2:30.
And Mr. Speaker, thank you. But Mr. Speaker, I rarely get agitated on these matters. But Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing here is a deliberate, structured effort to kill unions. If you look at these answers, the reason why they're not doing gazettement, is involving administrative matters such as bank accounts for collection. That's just a process. Collection procedures. Those are just a process. And then he says that this matter is pending and has been met with a lot of difficulties. Then they goes on to say that they have sought guidance. At the same time, they're saying they're doing a concept paper, which will then be put forward for gazettement. And Mr. Speaker, all these unions, the National Union of Teachers, the National Union of Nurses, UWASU for the university, KMPDU for health workers, and this offloading, once they do that, then the people who are not members are treated differentially. We saw that with NAT, so that they don't deduct, and they are not deducting, and now they say you are not a member, and then now they are treating them differentially, basically weakening the unions. Unions stabilize industries. So, Mr. Speaker, let the whole world know that there is a trend in this country to kill trade unions in virtually all service industries. That has to come out, and let that minister come here and let some of us know and come. You may not know, but a trade union are an activist background, and I can see what is being done. Mr. Speaker, let the minister come, and let me add this. And you made an effort, even in the last parliament, and you said now, this is something we have to look at. You made an effort, I know one time, you even prepared where the minister will sit to meet the requirements of the Constitution that they're not in the House. That was shot down. But when the minister in charge of Treasury comes, how come that is acceptable? The other ministers can come and be exactly where that minister sits, and then we can face them. Mr. Speaker, this is a bigger picture that I think we need to look at. The executive is increasingly becoming rather rogue.
No, who are you informing? The Honorable Nyikala has sat down. Honorable Ishongwa, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really want to agree with what Professor Nyikal, who in the recent past has defined what government is to us. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true, or it seems true, that there is a deliberate and calculated process of killing trade unions, not just the teachers' trade unions, even in the health sector where Professor Nyikala has worked in. And I wanted to plead, Honorable Speaker, that besides the minister in charge of labor, Honorable Speaker, if you listen to the chair of the committee carefully, there are issues that touch on the head of public service. There are issues that touch on the Attorney General, especially on the issues that the Honorable Sosion is talking about regarding court orders that are not being followed, Honorable Speaker. And the Attorney General being the government's chief legal advisor. I think, Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal that you do direct, besides the Minister for Labor, the Attorney General and the head of public service do appear before the Labor Committee together with the Minister for Labor. So that if it is the issues to deal with those directives that are being said in the statement that came from the head of public service, the head of public service comes and appears before the committee to explain to members why he's giving directives that are ultra vires. Two, issues to touch on court orders, Honorable Speaker. I think it's only the Attorney General who can properly guide government. Because we may be crucifying a Minister for Labor, and maybe it is general government policy. Therefore, let the minister come with his chief legal advisor, who is the Attorney General, and the head of public service, Honorable Speaker. On a lighter note, Honorable Speaker, you did order my microphone to be removed because of the color. And I noticed your gown has the color yellow and black. Honorable Speaker, you also did indicate that those things were not parliamentary, including this mask, Honorable Speaker. The House or Parliament, and you are the chair, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect to you, you are the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Either you allow me to have the yellow cover for the microphone because of the fear I have for this COVID-19 pandemic, Honorable Speaker, and the use of these microphones, or you do order the Parliamentary Service Commission and the clerk's office to provide either black with yellow or yellow with black covers, or even green, for that matter, the green the clerks are wearing. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, if you remove my microphone cover because it is yellow, and there's a general fear of the color yellow in the recent past in this country, I don't know for what reasons, Honorable Speaker, just allow us to have, you can see the Honorable Shamala, who had been very kind to give one of the covers, has a very beautiful mask with the Kenyan colors, the flag, the coat of arms, and green. And you know there are people who like the color green. I'm just in love with the color yellow. I could not see you there clearly, Mr. Speaker. Why not for that yellow line on your gown? Therefore, I want to plead that you do rescind your decision of confiscating my covers. Otherwise, we'll keep pushing these microphones away, Honorable Speaker.
Now, of course, that was a brief period of entertainment. No, they will not be returned because we don't know where those ones came from. we have microphones which are okay, and I'm sure the honorable everybody heard what the honorable Ishongwa said, even without the yellow object that he had brought into the chamber, without the leave of the sergeant at arms. Honorable Mwadi, the chair, do you want to respond to what the honorable Sosion just said, or would you just say to help address the issues raised by the honorable Sosion? We have you, and you invite the cabinet secretary. Let's not at this point, without hearing the cabinet secretary, rush to invite the other officials, because you may invite people to come and just sit there, and the kind of response that you've read may not be read.
Honorable Speaker, I earlier engaged Honorable Sion. Honorable Speaker, he really tried to take me to task, and I told him this is the answer as received. And I asked that when he comes here, if he feels that it's inadequate, he say so, which then I promised with your direction that we can invite the Cabinet Secretary. But he also alluded to the fact that the Cabinet Secretary received directions from some other quarters, that is AG and Head of Public Service. So if they are represented there with a brief on whatever the statement has, I think it would be okay, so that we are able to comprehensively address the concerns which I'm seeing members are very interested in.
If the Cabinet Secretary is still insistent on the portion of the response that there were circulars by some other people, but he may just appear, and when pressed by the Honorable Sosion, if he doesn't make that kind of statement, then you'll have called the other person for no reason, or even the Attorney General, for that matter. If indeed that is the Cabinet Secretary attends and makes the same admissions as contained in this response, then you as a committee are at liberty to now make a decision on who needs to be invited next. Because it might not just be those two, it might even be others. Honorable Mwadi.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I and subsequent meetings will be informed by what he will tell us.
Yes. So that then when you invite the Cabinet Secretary, let the Honorable Sosion be. Honorable Sosion also let, but you are a member of the committee.
Honorable Speaker, and I realized before I read the statement, there were so many other members who have got interest, who are not members of the committee. And I think it's only fair that they are also allowed during those sessions.
Absolutely.
We have held a meeting here in the chamber on a Wednesday.
Yes.
With the payment service providers, and the social distancing was okay. And we conducted business with members who are not even belonging to that committee.
True. So proceed that way. Honorable, there was a request by the Honorable Ochanda. Honorable Gideon Ochanda.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring a concern to the attention of the House, Mr. Speaker. One issue that is not related to what we are doing at the moment, but in terms of what we are doing at the moment, Mr. Speaker, there are issues. If we were in your shoes, Mr. Speaker, some of us will be very worried that this is happening when you are in the leadership of the House. It's a point to worry. More so in the extent at which we really need to relook at how we work on the budget. I think this is where there are problems. Yes. Ministers attend, the CSS attend, and they are very keen at the budget stage, but they're not keen on the rest of the other things. And when they are keen at the budget stage, the role of this House, the role of the departmental committees, we really need to recheck. Because the kind of what goes on between the House committees, Treasury, and the departmental committees, I think there's a big problem, Mr. Speaker. It really needs to be checked. My issue that I wanted to bring, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, is a concern that I really need to give like a notice to all members of parliament, that there are things that are happening in your constituencies, whether you know it or you don't know, as at now. There is a recruitment process, an identification process of identifying indigents. The indigents are being identified for purpose of rolling over UHC to NHIF. It's happening now, and you need to know that there are already figures that are placed per county. The only irony, Mr. Speaker, and this is where we may need your opinion and some guidance, is the role of the county governments in identifying the indigents on behalf of the entire country. Number one, Mr. Speaker, we allocate resources, and in the supplementary budget here yesterday, or within the week, we have placed 10 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. And the 10 billion that we have placed is for purposes of NHIF absorbing a first batch of the indigents. Now, NHIF has gotten into an arrangement with the county governments. The persons that are identifying the indigents in the counties are either MOH and sub-county administrators. Members of parliament are not involved. And this is a national money, it is for a national process, it's a national function that we are doing, and we are not aware that this is happening. If one were to take time, I have data, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what's happening in the counties. For example, Mr. Speaker, realize, for example, like now Homa Bay, that's very close to me here because of Kaluma, they are identifying 24,000 households that are getting recruited. Busia, similarly, is recruiting around 24,000. Siaya is recruiting 19,000. And these are being recruited from every constituency. So if you look at that in average, for example, my constituency in Bondo, they are identifying close to 6,000, and I don't know. I don't know the process, and in terms of what I've received now, it's even a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring this to the attention of the House, and to you also for guidance, that here we are, placing money to NHIF. Here we are, knowing very clearly that county government is a service provider. How come a service provider that is going to benefit from this exercise is involved in identifying indigents, it's identifying the people who are supposed to be enrolled as members of the NHIF. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring this to the attention of the House, and I don't know the kind of a direction we may want to take, but I want to believe there must be a way of how we have to be involved as members of parliament in the identification of what's going on in the constituency at the moment. It is true we have placed money, but we have placed money to a function that is ours and is being done by the others, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, perhaps you should have directed a statement request, which, or even sought the appearance of the leadership of the NHIF before the Health Committee, so that some of those issues can be canvassed.
Mr. Speaker, I brought this up because as at the moment I'm a member of the Health Committee, and it has come up very many times, but I'm seeing it not being responded to properly, and other members don't know. Many members of the House don't know.
Do you want us to direct it to a different committee?
I may not want to do that, Mr. Speaker, but for purpose of attention to all the members that this is happening in their constitution, I think is important.
Yeah, because it is a matter that even in your own deliberations, and I think it is important that we begin seeing what are committee programs. Yeah. Because a matter like this one is a matter that surely should form quite some serious discussion in the committee, and possibly even form some report that can be tabled here, coming from the committee. You know, that's the best route that it can be debated, you know, in plenary. Health is health, I think, is there. Because if the other committee is now certainly not administration and national security, it might get lost. But now you see, there's the problem now. Honorable Chairman, the Honorable Undo assumes that now we are in business. That is not business. The next, there was a request by the Honorable Mutua Barasa. He's not there. He has left. Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, subsequent 2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 23rd of March, 2021, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday next week, at both the afternoon and evening sittings, we hope to continue with the second reading of the following bills if we do not conclude with them today. This is the Narcotics, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substances Control Amendment Bill of 2020, Kenya National Blood Transfusion Service Bill 2020, the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2018, the National Cohesion and Peace Building Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2018, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, number 3 Bill 2019, the County Statutory Instruments Bill, Senate Bill number 21 of 2018, the Impeachment Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 15 of 2018, the County Law Compliance and Enforcement Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2018, and in the Committee of the Whole House to deal with the referendum bill and the public fundraising bill, which slotted in for today, but at the request of the committees, to just harmonize some of the amendment, we would want to carry forward to next Tuesday. And our Speaker, we shall also prioritize consideration of the following reports. Should we not conclude them today? The report on the Committee on Delegated Legislation on the Value-Added Tax, Electronic Tax Invoice Regulations of 2020, report on the Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, on the formulation of parliamentary broadcasting channels, and a report on the Committee on Implementation Status on a petition regarding working conditions at Kwale International Sugar Company Limited. And our Speaker, we also expect the report of the Joint Committee on the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, popularly known as the BBI Bill, to be tabled on or before 1st of April 2021, and thereafter the bill shall be considered at the second reading Committee of the Whole House and third reading. Madam Speaker, in accordance with provisions of Standing Order number 42A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey that the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before the departmental committees as follows. The Cabinet Secretary for Energy will appear before the Departmental Committee of Energy on Wednesday, the 31st March 2021, to answer question number 27 of 2021 from Honorable Murugara on the status of electrification of public schools in Tharaka constituency, and question number 96 of 2021 by the Honorable Walter Owino on the status of connectivity for the 2.4 million people in the county at subsidized cost, and question number 99 of 2021 by Honorable Geoffrey Omuse on last mile connectivity program in Teso South constituency. Number 2, the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife will appear before the Departmental Committee on Sports, Tourism and Culture on Wednesday, 31st of March 2021, to answer question number 34 of 2021 by Honorable John Munene Wambugu on the admission of Mr. Victor Nyaga Gadhivi to Kenya Utalii College. Lastly, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment will appear before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on Tuesday, the 16th. Can't be 16th of March.
6th.
On the 6th of April, to answer question number 67 of 2021 by the Honorable Charles Ongodo Were, MP, on pollution by the China City Construction Company in Kasipul constituency, and question number 83 of 2021 by the Honorable Michael Kingi on the confiscation of property belonging to Marereni Timbers by Kenya Forest Service. But our Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, March 30th 2021 at 11 a.m. to schedule the business for the coming week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of time for a consideration of a specified petition.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 227, subsection 2, dealing with committal of petitions, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of a public petition regarding the establishment of a retirement package for the Auditor General presented by the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti South, Honorable John Kiari, MP, by the Constitutional and Implementation Oversight Committee by a further period of 60 days with effect from 26th March 2021. Honorable Speaker, this petition was presented by Honorable Kiari. As a committee, we have had him. We had very good and enriching engagements with him. We have had the former Auditor General, we've had the Director of Pensions. And Honorable Speaker, we have covered substantial grounds. We were at a point where we wanted to get the perspectives of the Treasury and possibly the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, because the matter of retirement benefits touches on their jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, at that time we were to hear the Treasury and SRC. The Treasury confirmed they were dealing with the supplementary budget and the budget policy statement, so we were not able to meet. We have covered ground. In the nature of this matter, we may require even proposals to amend various legislations. It is for that reason, Honorable Speaker, that we are requesting a very short extension. We are talking of 60 days, but I know we can do it within. If we can get the perspectives of Treasury and SRC, I know we are even, we have identified the laws which we could be making the legislative proposals to. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker. I crave your indulgence and the indulgence of your colleagues so that we table a conclusive report which can be implementable with this. And I beg, Honorable Speaker, as I move, the Majority Leader to second.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, it's a very straightforward matter. Time is of the essence. The matter is weighty, and I second.
I propose the question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 227, subsection 2, relating to committee of petitions, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of a public petition regarding the establishment of a retirement package for the Auditor General, presented by the member for Dagoretti South, the Honorable John Kiari, MP, by the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, by a further period of 60 days with effect from 26th of March 2021. I put the question. Yeah, indeed, I think this is a very important matter because I think for the first time, the former Auditor General has really made a pitch for this, and I think it is important going forward as a country we have a law that governs this. And I put the question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 227, subsection 2, relating to committee of petitions, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of a public petition regarding establishment of a retirement package for the Auditor General, presented by the member for Dagoretti South, the Honorable John Kiari, MP, by the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, by a further period of 60 days with effect from 26th of March 2021. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, the Public Finance Management Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Health Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2021, first reading.
Let this request by the Majority Leader.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I wish to seek the indulgence, your indulgence in the House, that we step down the first reading of the Health Laws Amendment Bill to allow for some consultation, because it's one of the bills that has even ended up with a public participation even before first reading. And, we need to figure out how all that is happening. But most importantly, we've organized a meeting on Tuesday with the Ministry of Health to, first of all, sort out a few things, and then we'll decide at what point it comes to the House. And, Honorable Speaker, perhaps even now that when I still have the mic, I could also ask for your indulgence on business appearing on number 13 within the committee of the whole House, that the second business appearing, the public fundraising and appeals bill, should also be dropped off the order paper for today to allow for further consultation. There are so many amendments that need to be harmonized. And if I may even extend to the evening, we have the refugee bill slotted in the evening session, and perhaps because the referendum bill that's slotted for the evening, and members are still bringing amendments. So to allow the committee to harmonize all those amendments, we would ask that those two can be deferred until we meet on Tuesday to reallocate a time for them.
Well, I can only make a comment to what is on this sitting's order paper. So we start down first reading of Health Laws Amendment Bill, as well as in Committee of the Whole House, business appearing as under number Roman 2, Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 66 of 2019. Those two are stepped down from the order paper. Proceed.
Order number 11, the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to consolidate the laws relating to renting of business and residential premises, to regulate the relationship between the landlord and tenant in order to promote stability in the rental sector, to establish tribunals, to provide for the adjudication of disputes, and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 12, the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the participation of the private sector in the financing, construction, development, operation, or maintenance of infrastructure or development projects through public-private partnerships, to streamline the regulatory framework for public-private partnerships, to repeal the Public-Private Partnership Act 2013, and for connected purposes. Order number 13, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members. We are now in Committee of the Whole House to consider the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2020.
Sorry, Chair. Provisions relating to the Law of Contract Act Cap 23 as proposed in clause 2 of the bill.
I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Law of Contract Act as proposed, sorry, I take that again. I propose the question that the provisions relating to the Law of Contract Act be amended as proposed in clause 2 of the bill.
Section 3, subsection 6.
Mover? Oh, yeah, we have no amendment on this one. No amendment, actually. Okay. So I go on to propose the question, which is that section
2. Section 3, subsection 6.
Section 3, subsection 6 be amended as proposed by the mover.
The bill.
A bit of confusion here. Okay, I'll go at it again, honorable members. I propose the question, which is that section 3.6 be amended as proposed in the bill. I'm using the wrong one. Yeah. Okay, I think we are okay now. We can. And I go on to put the question, which is that section 3.6 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Law of Contract Act, Cap 23, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Industrial Training Act, Cap 237, as proposed in clause 3 of the bill.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Industrial Training Act, Cap 237, be amended as proposed in clause 3 of the bill.
Section 5B.
I propose the question that section 5B be amended as proposed in the bill. And I go on to put the question, which is that section 5B be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Industrial Training Act, Cap 237, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to Stamp Duty Act, Cap 480, as proposed in clause 4 of the bill.
I propose the question that provisions relating to the Stamp Duty Act be amended as proposed in clause 4 of the bill. I go on to propose, the section, read out the
Section 117.
I propose the question that section 117 be amended as proposed in the bill. And I go on to put the question that section 117 be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question, which is that provisions relating to the Stamp Duty Act, Cap 480, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the National Hospital Insurance Fund Act, Cap number 9 of 1998, as proposed in clause 5 of the bill.
I propose the question, which is that provisions relating to the National Hospital Insurance Fund Act, Cap 9.
Number 9.
Yeah, number 9 of 1998, be amended as proposed in clause 5 of the bill.
Section 15, subsection 4.
I propose the question, which is that section 15, subsection 4, be amended as proposed in the bill. I go on to put the question, which is that section 15, subsection 4, be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question, which is that provisions relating to the National Hospital Insurance Fund Act, number 9 of 1998, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the National Social Security Fund Act, number 17 of 2015, as proposed in clause 13 of the bill.
I propose that the question that the provisions relating to the National Security Fund Act, number 17 of 2015, be amended as proposed in clause 13 of the bill.
So, section 20.
Mover.
Chair Labour. Chair Labour. Chair Labour.
You're giving me the wrong one. With amendments.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that the bill be amended by deleting clause 13 and substituting, therefore, the following new clause 13. The National Social Security Fund Act is amended, A, in section 20 by inserting the following new subsection immediately after subsection 1. 1A, an employer shall pay the contribution under subsection 1 on the 9th day of each month or on such later date as the board may, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary, prescribe. Honorable Chair, the committee concurs with the proposed change of the date for remittance of NSSF deductions to the 9th of every month. The NSSF Act provides that the time and manner of payment for self-employed contribution is to be prescribed by the Cabinet Secretary in regulations. However, the Act is silent on the exact date of the remittance of mandatory contributions under Section 20. As it is presently, the Act grants a grace period of 1 month within which employers are to remit the contributions. Honorable Chair, a uniform date is proposed for remittance of other statutory payroll deductions, including NHIF contribution, through the Kenya Revenue Authority Unified Payroll Return. This will result in reduction of attendant costs of remittance of funds to different institutions, hence contributing to ease of doing business in the country.
I go on to propose the question, which is that Section 20 of the NSSF Act be amended as proposed by the mover. I see Honorable Honorable Oundo, and then Honorable Sankok.
Chair, the way the amendment is drafted brings obvious challenges, because under Statutory Instrument Act, it's only the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary who is authorized to make regulations. In this, they're delegating that duty to the board, which might be in contravention of the Statutory Instrument Act. Probably the chief of the committee need to consult and make sure it tallies in properly, because what we are going has got a force of law and comes with the penalties. Probably needs to relook at it.
Let's have the Honorable Sankok. Then, Chair, if you need to say something, you can have a go.
Chair, the input of this amendment, because I'm a member of the Labor and Social Welfare Committee, is that we need to make our country have ease of doing business by making sure that all remittances are in a particular date, so that you don't keep on remembering and probably doing remitting this month and then this date and several dates, and it will be cumbersome for some of these institutions to be doing government work or remittance every day of the month. So that is why it is considered. So, Honorable Chair, I think that is the input, and I don't think it is in conflict at all with any law. We looked at it, and there is no conflict. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, maybe briefly, you can clarify the issues raised by Honorable Oundo.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I alluded to the fact that Kenya Revenue Authority Unified Payroll Return requires that all statutory deductions are done at the same time, so that it stops being cumbersome. That is, some are being done after 1 month, others at a different time. And this is unified not only for NSSF, it's going to be also for NHIF and any other statutory deductions. Honorable Chair, we considered this, and we know regulations can be amended after this act has been passed.
I go on to put the question, which is that Section 20 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I go on to put the question that the provisions relating to the NSSF Act, number 17 of 2015, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Yes. Provisions relating to the Companies Act number 17 of 2015, as proposed in clauses 14, 15, 16, and 17.
I propose the question, which is that the provisions relating to the Companies Act, number 17 of 2015, be amended as proposed in clauses 14, 15, 16, and 17 of the bill.
Sections 3, 283, 2, 285, 1, and paragraph 11 of the 6th schedule.
I propose the question, which is that sections 3, 283, 2, 285, 1, and paragraph 11 of the 6th schedule be amended as proposed in the bill. And I go on to put the question, which is that sections 3, section 283.2, section 285.1, paragraph 11 of the 6th schedule be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question that the provisions relating to the Companies Act number 17 of 2015 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Insolvency Act, number 18 of 2015, as proposed in sections 18, clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49.
I propose a question that the provisions relating to the Insolvency Act, number 18 of 2015, be amended as proposed in the clauses as read out of the bill.
18 to 49.
That is clauses 18 through to 49 as read out.
Sections 475.5, Part 9A, 636.1, 637 marginal notes, 638, 640, 642, 643, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 644, 645, 646, 647, 648, 649, 651, 653, 655, 656, 657, 658, 659, 660, 661, 662, 662 again, 663, 664, 665, 666, 667, 668, 669, yes, 666, 670, 671, 672, 673, 674. Thank you. 49.
674. 674.
666.
We didn't finish.
You need to read from 50 to 59. Yes, I'll do it to 50. Yes. So we are doing only at 666. Yes.
Did you read out 674?
Yes. So, Chair, let me read the other part.
Please,
Chair,
make
sections,
sure you quote everything.
Provisions relating to the Insolvency Act, number 18 of 2015, as proposed in clauses 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Thank you, Chair.
I propose a question that the sections of the Insolvency Act as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. In clauses 50 to 59. And I go on to put the question, which is that the sections of the Insolvency Act as read out be amended as proposed in the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question, which is that the provisions relating to the Insolvency Act, number 18 of 2015, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Small Claims Court Act, number 2 of 2016, as proposed in clause 60 of the bill.
I propose the question, which is that the provisions relating to the Small Claims Court, number 2 of 2016, be amended as proposed in clause 60 of the bill.
Section 34. There's an amendment, Chair.
Mover? The mover to move
Chair.
amendment. Is the chairman? Jaylock, I see the vice chair. Honorable Otiende.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that the following amendments to the clause 34, clause 60, which is section 34, and that is that by deleting clause 60 and substituting therefore the following new clause, section 34 of the Small Claims Court is amended in subsection 1 by inserting the words of the matter which shall be within 60 days from the date of filing the claim, immediately after the word determination appearing at the end of the subsection. Madam Chair, this is really just a technical amendment. The draft has made an omission. If you look at that bill at page 1142, which has the original provision, you will see that in subsection 1, it talks of determination on the same day. And then subsection 2, which is the only section they now sought to amend, talks of determination not later than 3 days. This they sought to change to be determined within 60 days, but they did not change subclause 1. So these further amendments really just rationalizes clause 1 and 2 for the intention that these determinations must be within 60 days. Thank you, Chair.
I go on to propose the question, which is that section 34 be amended as proposed by the mover. I go on to put the question, which is that section 34 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question, which is that the provisions relating to the Small Claims Court Act, number 2 of 2016, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose that the title be part of the bill.
There's no amendment.
And I go on to put the question, which is that the title be part of the bill. Be the title of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Go on to put the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Yes.
Now I go on to call the mover of the bill to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Business Laws Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I go on to put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Business Laws Amendment number 2 Bill of National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2020, and its approvals, therefore, with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
May we have the chairperson to report to the House?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Business Laws Amendment Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 50 of 2020, and approved the same with amendments.
Very well. The mover of the bill to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request Honorable Wangwe to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Wangwe for seconding.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second.
Honourable members, I propose the question for adoption, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I am not in a position to put the question for obvious reasons. So, honourable members, I order that the question to adopt the question be put in the right time to be scheduled in our order paper. Next order.
Order number 14, the Narcotics, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substances Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2020, second reading.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security for second reading. But remember, this is a resumption of debate, which was interrupted on the Tuesday, 9th, 2021, the afternoon sitting. Do you have a member? Do we have Honorable Ali Russell, who had a balance of 8 minutes? Then with the absence of the member, let me have the member for Kadiani. Honorable Boy. And members, as a matter of procedure, we don't speak twice to any motion or bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Amendment Bill, number 20 of 2020. Madam Speaker, the reason I support this bill is when you look at the memorandum of objects and reasons behind this bill, you can see clearly that it is really an important step that we need to take as a nation. Madam Speaker, the purpose behind this bill is outlined. First one, they say it is to enhance penalties related to the offenses of possession and trafficking in narcotics. Madam Speaker, the other reason is to define precursors and chemical substances that are used in the manufacture of these narcotics. Another one is to define who the law enforcement officers are in respect of this act. Another reason is to prescribe offenses for law enforcement officers who aid or abet in the distribution or the trade in these narcotic drugs. And then, of course, to provide for the offenses arising out of this kind of conspiracy. Also, Madam Speaker, it is also to give power to intercept communication between dealers and possible users of these drugs. And finally, to provide an obligation for anyone to be able to give information when required to. Madam Speaker, this is really an important bill because, Madam Speaker, what has happened in this country is that we have the future of our nation and the future of our children is clearly affected by the use of narcotic drugs. In fact, Madam Speaker, I beg to say that if you are to actually do statistics of how many of our children are affected by the use of drugs, it would be shocking to most parents. I have been involved in the education industry, and I have some insights. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you remember some time back, some of our international schools were actually calling sniffer dogs to check on the luggage of children as they reported to school, just as they do in international airports. Madam Speaker, this vice is prevalent and predominant in a lot of our institutions of learning. And Madam Speaker, the only way we can put a stop to this is to ensure that the punishment that is given is punitive enough to scare anyone from attempting to deal with drugs. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate because, you see, these people who deal in drugs, what they're interested in is a profit. And profits, Madam Speaker, could be short-lived. But the future of the nation, the future of the country, the future of the continent, the future of the world is destroyed by people who are out to make money. It is so unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because what I've realized about a lot of this drug use is that when you are older, it is not very easy to get indoctrinated and also to get addicted. But young people are the main target. Our children in school, those are the main targets. And Madam Speaker, it has reached a point where it is no longer just the boys. Even our daughters are getting involved in the consumption of these narcotics. So, Madam Speaker, we need to find ways by which we can discourage the use and the trade in narcotics. And Madam Speaker, obviously, punitive laws, extremely punitive laws, are going to be, will be the ones that will discourage the use of drugs and the trading in the drugs. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to say that it is an unfortunate situation that the world over, this has become actually one of the ways by which people get rich. You know, in the Forbes magazine or Forbes inventory that shows the richest people in the world, they never put those people that deal in drugs. And they say this, that even the world's richest people are probably not anywhere near those that are actually dealing in drugs. So it's a huge industry. It's an industry, Madam Speaker, that has serious money. And obviously, that means that they will be attempting to interfere and influence the decisions made by anyone. And that is why, Madam Speaker, the law here now proposes serious penalties for police and enforcement officers. Because what happens is that because of the amount of money that is being traded, it is easy to influence decisions, it is easy to influence enforcement officers so that they don't do their job as expected. And that obviously means that the future continues being bleak. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to say that this is a timely bill, and that we as a nation must stand up to be counted. I want to say that it is a high time that we put whatever measures possible, in fact, the highest possible measures. In some countries, when anyone is found dealing in drugs, Madam Speaker, they are actually not, in some countries they send you to life or to imprison for life. In some countries, they actually execute you. Maybe it is a time we reach the point of asking ourselves, isn't it the right time maybe to execute those people that are proven beyond reasonable doubt to be dealing in drugs that are destroying the future of this nation? So, Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I want to urge the House to support, and in fact, as we move forward, let us look at how punitive can we be. How much can we do to discourage the use of narcotic drugs? And Madam Speaker, there has always been arguments about our privacy. And Madam Speaker, it is true we value our privacy, that you do not want people to interfere and to eavesdrop on your conversations. But Madam Speaker, if you are a drug dealer, surely what rights...
Bombwe, I wish to interrupt your debate on this, but when the debate resumes, you will have your 4 minutes. Just plan for your 4 minutes. Other members? The time being 6:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 25th March 2021 at 7 p.m. Thank you.